Huh. Good then. I think I want to use the old keyboard. I like this one. I think this, my old one, this feels. It's not really an old one, but this other one feels a little bit more. It's a lot noisier. It's a lot clickier, actually. Well, let's compare. Because this one is. I'll do a little bit of competitive, probably. Hey everyone, how's it going? No warm ups. Oh, so weird. Quite itchy. Whatever reason. Where'd my other camera go? Did I still? Oh no, it's here. It's up here. The hand cam. Gonna mess stuff up. But plug it in. Start all sorts of problems. Mic test 1 2.
Now arriving at the Shangali Monastery.
Oh, there's already a hand cam in place? Where? Oh. It's glitching. The heck? I knew it. I knew it was gonna cause so many problems. No, it became a bulge cam. We're playing Mei.
Come on, Snowball. They need our help. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Stop the payload. We have to stop the payload.
Oh. Aim. For real? Where did Farah go?
I've got you. You're a lifesaver. 慢走不送。
慢走不送。
Let the Kitsune guide you.
What the heck?
Stop them from moving the payload.
Fighter.
My ultimate is almost ready. 我来帮你。
I have to get better at saving stuff.
I'm completely warmed up.
I have to look out for this Reinhardt. It's...
Enemy turret ahead. We need to stop the payload. Cannot escape me. 60 seconds remaining.
面前。
We
Overtime.
搞科研就得不怕失败。
Nano boost administered.
Apagando las luces.
Enemy turret destroyed.
They're dying. They're dying. Good.
We got them, Snowball.
Team victory. Play of the game.
Story of the game.
Thumbs up to that.
Bum, 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 bum. Wow, wow, wow. I might. Is it not? Okay. Yeah. I wonder what I can put up here. Corn. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. Requeued? I have to play Mei.
Come on, Snowball. You call? They need our help. Hello there.
I feel a sweet verse coming on. Roadhog, give me a beat. Roadhog?
The planet is not going to save itself.
Things always go well when you're working with Junkrat and Roadhog.
Let's go.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend
Bum,
objective.
bum.
Let's do this.
Frames are killing me.
Load up.
God damn it.
Did you see
Dead.
that snowball?
Mm.
We can't let them take the point. Heroes never die. 冻住，不许走！拦住他们了。
No lamp. Good.
Enemy seen. I see an enemy. I'm completely warmed up. Enemy here. I got one. Nerf this. 强来喽！ The world's not going to save itself.
Stop the payload.
thought it was
Nerf this.
protected. Jeez.
We have to try again.
Your fate.
Today's special is a Ravager Dawn combat.
有本事就翻过去。
وريهم قوتك.
My ultimate is charging. Come to me, MeiOnly.
60 seconds remaining.
谢谢你。I see an enemy. Nice. 冻住，不许走。 Watch out! I'm standing hot. 拦住他们了。
Your fate.
Victory.
哎，
Play of the game.
冻住，不许走。
pum, pum, pum. Ororororo. I think we'll play one more game. Then we'll do Rogue Trader. I kind of want to do another run of Baldur's Gate. But I don't know. It's such a big commitment going into Baldur's Gate. Need tea. I want some tea. Ba-ba-da. One. What other people are doing? Oh, yeah, fuck you. A lot of people are playing Final Fantasy Remake. Did this just come out? A lot of people are playing Power World. Oh, I want to play Power World. I don't know if I have people to play with. May.
Come on, Snowball. They need our help.
Bonk. Bonk.
Weather report. Lots of sun.
Weather report, lots of sun. Bonk.
I'm hoping for an easy mission. Don't make this harder than it needs to be.
I want Tikui.
5, 4, 3, 2.
I should probably like look up
Round 1. Capture the objective.
because I get bored with the usual way of cooking tikka.
Are we ready?
Where you just dip it in an egg and then fry. Bonk. I know there's at least another way to eat it with lumpia wrapper, but but bonk, bonk. Where'd that Reaper? Where'd that Reaper go?
I'm taking
Is he up?
objective.
He's up, isn't he? Hey. Ilka, show yourself. Ah. Heal. Ana. He didn't even know. Oh, I killed Junkrat.
Everyone. Watch out! I'm steaming hot.
Watch out. I'm steaming hot.
Ice wall coming up.
Oh, where are you going, boy? Ah! Does he have ult? Oh, I have a feeling he has ult. Where are you going? Oof.
Last round 1.
You need this.
Score 1-0.
I shot the sheriff. But I didn't feel no deputy.
我变强了。
I shot
Stick together. We can
sheriff.
do this.
Five, four, three,
Bonk.
one.
One. I didn't even get to use my ult.
Capture the objective.
Peace.
You're mine now.
Oh, I'm not getting a lot of kills. I shot the sheriff. Die, Diva, die. Bye. Kill me.
Is now
Shit. Ah, keep hitting the horse's head. Mei is such a chill character. You can just be in the back line and spam. No pun intended. She is kind of chill though. I hear Reaper and just spam stuff. She's a sniper. Wow. There's a Reaper. Didn't know where to go. Don't know where to go. Nobody knows who I really am. I never felt. Oh, did you guys see the new update for Overwatch? Cowboy Bebop, yay! But too bad I don't play McCree. I don't play Cassidy. I shot the sheriff. Ah. He dead.
I'm standing hot.
Diva, I don't know why you're coming after me. My team is like all the way over there.
Try climbing that.
Oh, never mind. Win 3. Wait, 7 seconds.
Wow. I'm
Headshot.
fire.
People are gonna start playing Mei.
victory.
Mei's so badass. I didn't even get to use Blizzard. Mei's so badass.
Play of the game.
Yeah, Sombra's pretty strong now. Cowboy Bebop. I wonder if it's in the game. Cowboy Bebop. It should be Cassidy. Yeah. Helsing. Mountain Man? They probably no. The update hasn't dropped yet, so it's probably not in. That's gonna be so weird. What are they? So Cowboy Bebop with the hair, and what the stance? Are they gonna make him like super thin? Back to hand camera. Yeah, because it looks so empty without anything. It didn't look like there was a person. Hi Ray. How was your nap? It was earlier. Earlier it was like this, and I was like, nope, it turned into a bulge cam. Maybe this is better. I don't know. Do people like this? Bulge cam. Good nap. Extended nap. Did you just wake up? Oh, because I didn't wake you up. Because of your alarm. You said 1:30. I didn't wake you up. Now it's a bold scam. No more hand streamer, bold streamer. At least it's not like all the way down here. It's not like.
Arriving at Watchpoint Gibraltar.
The idea of hand cam started because of FPS players, so they wanted to see like what the movement was for us FPS players. How fast were we moving? How slow? How accurate were we? It's more of a demonstration, really.
Come on, Snowball. They need our
How
help.
many? Like,
我が刀は研ぎ澄まされ心に滲んの
have to clean and pack now. Okay.
Justice delivered.
Have a nice clean.
Delivered.
Have a nice pack. I still can't believe that I'm hitting the shots at. What is this? 100 frames? I'd probably been more accurate. If the hey, hey, hey!
How's it going?
4, 3,
Hey, hey, hey!
attack commence.
Is that a tracer? Sure. What the hell is that tracer? Ah, she's won. Mei's also actually a good counter to Tracer. You just have to be
敢
fast,
科研就得不怕失败。
be able to like listen to where she is. Oh no, Mauga. Get back. Leave her alone. Get back.
We're outnumbered. Healed up. Payload is on the way. I'm on fire. Well, you know what I mean.
Bruh. Oh, yeah. Mei's actually oh my god, that Reaper. Mei's actually really good for heroes against heroes that like to get in your face, like maybe like ENG,
勤能捕捉。
Reaper, Tracer. But she's also just like really good all,
Tracer, I'm sorry.
all around.
I see the enemy.
That Reaper is gonna come down soon.
不洗澡。Ice wall coming up. Move the payload together. Watch out! I'm standing hot.
I know it, purpose. Forced retirement does wonders.
Like, this diva just will not learn.
That's what you get for being so rude. I completely warmed up. You're all good.
Oh. Why did the... Oh. Ugh. I can heal, you know. I'm on the payload.
To me. 冻住，不许走。
Bye, McCree.
Victory. Play of the game.
No. Why is it him? I want some popcorn. Parang kahapon pa ako nagka-crave ng popcorn. No. It wasn't an Ana diff. I was cock blocking the Ana. I was putting up a wall so that the Ana couldn't heal.
Thanks, everyone.
A lot of people think that, like, the shields do more than just prevent damage. If you know how to use it, they can prevent heal from going through. They can prevent, I don't know, the wall especially just blocks the path. Arigato gozaimasu. Nani wa? Oh, we found a game.
Now traveling to Busan.
Da-da-da. Oh, am I backfill?
Come on, Snowball. They need our help.
Da-da-da. Yikes. The heck? Ah! What is it? Ana. Sheesh. He's gonna get trapped like an idiot. Goodbye, 76.
I am unbreakable.
Ah!
Just part of the scientific method.
This part is scientific method.
Fire in the hole!
Apagando las luces.
Apagando las luces. No, there's just two of us. There's just two of us. Wait for team. Idiot. These guys aren't that great.
This will cut the pace.
Over here.
Ah, shit. Oh, they changed it to Farah. You think I can't kill the Farah? I can kill that Farah. As long as my team doesn't die.
We're outnumbered.
Defend the objective. Purge the enemy from our objective.
Ah, I'm alone.
Cannot escape. I'm in.
Who the hell is this dude? He's feeding.
加油啊，小美
加油呀，小北。
！Justice reigns from above. We're outnumbered.
Best round lost.
System compromise.
2-1.
Already in a group. No point in trash talking him.
Weather report. Lots of sun.
Teammates aren't even that good. Or whoever's
A mech
teammate
as
is.
flashy as yours will show up on every radar.
That's just the way I like it.
Boom, boom.
5,
Anna.
4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Achieve victory
Bum,
by any
bum,
means
bum, bum,
necessary.
bum, 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 da-da-dum, bum, 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 bum. Ow. Go to hell. Bro can't even kill her.
My ultimate is charging.
You're welcome.
Oh, Farah. Nice try. Like
My tactical visor is charging.
where is that Farah? If he can just pick me up, thank you.
You're a lifesaver.
Bro killed himself.
Nanoboost is ready. Get in there. Nanoboost administered.
Tactical visor active.
They're taking our point. Let's light up that shield.
Wait a minute.
I'm fine.
Heroes never die. Wow, that's nice. Justice.
Justice. Ah!
Stay out of my way.
You really want to do that, bro? What? Huh?
Activating self-destruct sequence.
Double kill. 1-1.
Legs. Sexy legs.
All you need is its own reward.
It's nice being on home turf.
Bonk. Ba-da-da.
4,
Ba-da-da.
1.
3, 2, 1.
Capture the objective.
Is this really the fastest way?
Let's go for the win.
Let's go for the win.
Think back next time. 好多了。
Hey, Karnala. I wouldn't go down there if I were you, 76.
Tengo que irme.
Hindi ko abot. Shucks.
Gotta go. You're falling apart. Heroes never die.
Activating self-destruct sequence.
Ah! 76. Why?
Whoa, that was going great until the end.
Helping you out.
Nanoboost administered. This ends now. Walim Widdick. I'm unstoppable.
Watch out! I'm standing hot.
Ah!
Tactical visor activated.
Get on the point, maybe?
Get out of
My
way,
dude.
or I'll run you over.
We have to try again.
Heroes never die.
Understood.
Huh?
Victory. Play of the game.
Oh.
Pain is inevitable.
76 was there. He was right. He was like underneath. I have no idea why. who he was chasing, he didn't have to. Everyone was like on top, on the point. This is a world. I don't remember this. Chào lấy là. I feel hot. Like I'm gonna get a fever or something. I feel sickly. It's this one.
Not so fast. This ends now.
Oh, this was yesterday.
That's one. That's two.
Bob. Is there anything good in the battle pass? Lower power.
Come on, Snowball. They need our help.
Anybody got a toothpick? Got one of them mantis arms stuck between the molars.
One of the mantis arms stuck between the molars.
สวัสดี
Buddy.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
A pleasure.
Ice wall coming up. Did you see that, Snowball?
2 for 2.
Fortified.
Your healers are gone.
We take our place at the lead.
Wow, that's nice.
Ah.
Come on, everyone. Let's push. Feel better? 动住，不许走。
Ah. Zen decided to hide behind the thing.
Ice wall coming up.
Can I? Oh, I can. Bro just got disconnected.
Actuating the barrier.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
We have to try again.
The Eye of Horus.
Poor Hanzo.
Barrier cannot withstand. Motivating the robot.
Oh, my bad. Oh. Fuck. Wait. This tank is not very good, but the rest of my team is. Fuck. You wanna go, motherfucker? You wanna go? Huh? You wanna go?
Let's go. Watch out! I'm steaming hot.
This Zarya thinks that she can beat me.
Ice wall coming up.
Oh, I got headshot.
Hey,
Is that melody?
Oh, tis that melody. Looking.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
Vengeance.
You.
Let's get going. I am unbreakable. Eyes on the target.
Oh. What is my aim rate? Icicle actually 23%. Oh, well. Echo's a little bit harder to aim at than a Pharah.
Nanoboost administered.
I'm on fire. Well, cool off.
Who laugh?
Adaptive circuit.
Swap to Mei. Stay off the game.
冻住，不许走。
动种，不击打。
Nobody can stop me.
I don't know why I smell like sweat, chlorine and sweat. Like smells like summer. You know that smell, like of the beach, of sweat, freshly evaporated sweat, and because of the heat of the sun. A mix of chlorine. I said I was gonna do one last game of Overwatch, but we just kept playing. Let's see what we have. Bearded Dragon. Main card, player title. Is there a skin? Magic and Mischief. Items in shop. I want the shop load. Do you think a bulge cam would be more appropriate because of balls chip?
Now entering mid. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Ba-da-da-da-dum. I still have the old camera. I have two cameras. I still have both. There's one that's pointed at my face, and one's pointed at my hand.
Come on, Snowball. They need our help. Scanning. Yes, this is a place.
Scanning. Yes.
Work together and we'll make it through.
Gotta work together.
Saddle up. We got work to do.
Saddle up. We got work to do.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
We can do this.
What the heck? My team did. Qin能捕捉. Oh. Oof.
Watch out! I'm standing up! Rally to me! And all the objectives. Come join me.
Where's that Farah?
Objective A captured. Escort
I made so much space.
Watch out, I'm on fire! Over here!
This ball.
I need some healing.
Oh,
冻住，不许走。I'm on fire. Well,
that's it. Run away.
My ultimate is almost ready.
watch out! I'm standing
Staggered.
out. Moving the payload. Backup requested. Stay back next time.
Where's that Farah?
Payload is on the way. Wow, I'm actually on fire. Get in there, Bob.
Hello, Bob.
has reached the checkpoint.
Get in there, Bob.
Let's group up.
Hello there, Bob. Oh, Farah don't know.
We're outnumbered. I'm moving the payload. I'm completely losing. I'm on a roll. Rally to me. Let the kitsune guide you. Payload on the move.
Big stunner light.
兵强来喽
Over there.
Oh, oh, we did it? Nice.
Play of the game.
You be basketball court. I think I'm the one who clips her here. Yeah. Okay, wait. Get some water. Gonna take the bathroom break. I'll be right back. Oof. Some tea. Get some tea. I'm kind of like, I have half a mind to do some painting, but I have to. I just wanted to like wake up. That's why I played Overwatch. But also, I think I want to do some painting. Let's prepare. Let's do some preparation stuff. So, tripod is over there. Keyboard. Keyboard over here. Over here. We're working on Dusty. When was the last time I painted? Water. All right. What are we listening to? We need a music. You were working on. I actually don't know if I did this on stream. You were working on this little girly. Let's dust her off. Get that dust off there. We can make her boots either, or we can repaint the boots. Like, just make it black. A different shade of black. Maybe like gray. And then, or brown. Let's try brown. Just dust her off a bit. She's almost done. Just have to get the. Well, not really. I'm thinking there's a bit of a few more hours. A lot more hours left into it. This is a nice sunny, chill day. So I'm thinking of just relaxing. Relaxing with some paint. Also means I have to shake my paint. Put you there. Oh. The pad is still. No, pad isn't. Well, it's moist. It's not that wet. Still need to figure out. Wait. What do you want to do? Huh? So how are we gonna do this? Camera's over here. I have to move it forward to onto. That means this will be on my face. Not on my face? Maybe no face. That one. But first, what are we gonna listen to? You guys want to listen to some audiobooks? Audible. Bonus round unlocked until Jan 2. What? Oh. Battle Pass. Britney Spears, The Woman in Me. Put it in front of me? Or put it farther at an angle. Because the glare on my glasses. Or maybe no cam? Not dual cam? I do want to paint. I have to change this setup a bit. And hopefully we do not hit the mic. I do. Yeah. So dusty. Look at all those cobwebs. Okay, why are you so tight? Okay. Pull it up. Break it down. Angle it up. Where is it? Paint. Face cam. Not showing. Why? Oh, right. Well, it has to be like the plain old. Activate. Activate. No? Big show. Is it because there are two cameras? Or is it because there's no power? Well, this shows. So why don't you show? Oh, you can see all the other stuff. The argan oil. The you see all the mist. All the mist. Ah. All the mess that my girlfriend left when she came here. I want to show. Turn off the hand cam first. And then turn on the hand cam, face cam. Face cam, show. No show. Face cam, show. There we are. I think we have to make it high. Is that what it is? Or do I have to Does it have to? Or oh, there. Okay. So if I get a boner, you guys will see. I have to make this bigger though. Warp. Bulge cam. Warp. Oh, I know. Why don't I just make it big? Like big. Biggeroni. You guys won't see. But I get covered up anyway. Get the camera to what? Get at this angle. Because I don't know how close to myself it's gonna be. I'm gonna be painting when I'm holding the thing. And then if I'm holding it, and that means that we have to configure it so that it zooms in. Or zoomed. Zoom 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 zoom. Oh, is this as far as it goes? That's as zoomed in as it can go. Okay, fine. Zoom 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 zoom. And then do we wanna crop? But don't straight into my junk. No, it's getting covered. It's covered. Now it's not. So when I hold it, yeah, this is better. I can show it to the peeps. So I need to do the shirt. Darken it a bit. Get some of the skin lightened up, particularly on that end. Wait, on this side. Yeah, that side. Gotta draw on the face. I think we need some work on the back, but she's almost done. This is like, it's a couple of hours. It's a couple of hours. So let's see what we want to listen to while we do this. Want to do some Warhammer music or Warhammer music, or like I have a playlist, something that just something to have in the background, or you guys want music? Sporty pie. This one will give us like this one that I'm listening to, Foundation. This will be like a couple of hours. But since we're listening to Warhammer anyway, why don't we? I mean, we're painting Warhammer stuff. Why don't we do Warhammer books? I haven't listened to this one in a while. The Horus Heresy. This one is how many hours? Or I have Eisenhorn here. Let's listen to Eisenhorn. listen to Eisenhorn. It's 9 hours. And let's see if we
Eisenhorn!
can...
Eisenhorn! I wheeled and cut.
No. From the start. Eisenhorn. Eisenhorn. Nope, not that one. That was for Christmas. This one? No, not that one. Which browser am I? Is it window capture? Eisenhorn. Eisenhorn. This one, Cloud Player? Here we go. Don't. This is what we're listening to. On Audible. I want it move. Or am I moving the wrong one? There we are. I was pressing I was pressing the button thinking that it would. Nice one, Touch. Okay. Now we prepare properly. Gotta paint. What colors do we need? Flash. White. We probably red. And brown. Green? Oh yes, I think we want some green. You know why? Because realistically, skin has green. So I'm thinking of adding some green. Veins are kind of like more purple, so. But she doesn't have much of a face, because I was thinking like, as if it was someone who had like her face shown, then maybe the green would do a lot of like. But no. Maybe some yellow because we're dealing with skins. And this other tanned one because we're doing skins. What else? The red. And then we'll probably just work our way through with whatever else. Blue, maybe blue and get a little purple in there. No, with the blue. So much to shake. So much to shake. Let's do 2 at a time. It's so windy. It's hot and windy and chill outside. It's nice. Hey everyone, how's it going? Starting a paint the stream. We have to wet this. Let this paint. Get this palette wet. Probably not yet, but we have the brushes. Right. Our water. Water. What else? Oh, we gotta wet the thing. That's right. You. Getting stuck onto. No! Oh, it's so dry. The heck? So dry. Have to remold it. Wonder if water will help. Sort of rehydrate it. A little bit of water. Then just move it around. Bonk, 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 bonk. There we are. It's sticky again, sort of. Ew. Weirdly. Hey. Get you on there. Move these guys over there. What else? Change title. Just paint. Or paint. Mini. What's it? What's a paint? Hobby. Minis? We just do Warhammer. Like Warhammer General. Did I get like a little bit of anxiety when I put Warhammer? Because I'm not like a super Warhammer fan. I mean, I love the lore and I love Warhammer, but and I love the paints, but I don't actually play it. I'm not hardcore like everyone else. I just painting. Not a workshop. It's just maybe I just say art. Art. Painting. There's of battle. Now we can turn it up. And now we can add some. Ooh, It's a little bit wet, like really wet. We're okay with that because it's gonna dry up, evaporate. We need it to be a little too moist. Oh, wow. I did not. Okay. Well, this one is for the face, which we are not yet ready to do. And this one is for whatever else, because I need it. Okay, split that. Get it wet. You gotta get her wet. And shake a shake a shake. Shake a shake a shake. Shake a shake a shake a shake. And just me, the pink color changed on this one. I use a lot of the red, so the red's like almost gone. Shake a shake a shake. Shake a shake a shake. Shake a shake a shake. What else do we need? Oh, we might need for wet blending? I don't know. Maybe. Where is it? Where is my retarder? Oh, right, pink. We need the pink for the light color. We need pink. It's so hot. Yeah. And then where is my retarder? I think I found it. I found my retarder. I wonder if these things like expire. I hope not. Pap, 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 pap. Sounds like fapping noise. It says this shake until you can hear the ball inside, but I'm not convinced. This one I can't hear the ball at all. Fap, 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 fap. Fap, 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 fap. Why? Fap, 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 fap. Why? It's so hard to shake. It's hot. Fap, 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 fap. Okay. I'm tired. Okay, so as expected, it is a little bit still wet on the surface. We're gonna wait for that. Because it's hot, so it's gonna evaporate. We should actually get like a dropper or something. Or like a pourer. Anyway. So let me just get this and start gently wetting it. Just sort of reactivate the paint by wetting it. Activate it so that it's not so dry when we apply it a new coat. Also, we're just waiting for this thing to dry up. I know it's not going to completely dry up, but some parts of it will, and we'll use that. Why? Looking reaching out. Oh, I think we wet that one too much. It's a little bit too wet now. But he said, say why? Tell them that it's human nature. Why? When? 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 I don't think I have to wet the metal parts, but I'll wet them anyway. I got my earbuds so they're working without sound. Oh, we still have to highlight the hood. Yeah, there's a lot of work that still needs to be put into this. Art takes time. It really does. Cannot rush art, because if you do, it does not turn out nice. I think I want to start painting these, the, what are they called? Purity seals. Called purity seals. Mm. Okay. So, okay, there's a bit of a dry spot here now. You can use that. So for the purity seals, we're gonna mix actually, because I always use basic skin tone and I mix it with white. But this time, how about we use desert yellow? Because I feel like parchment should be like yellow. And this is a time when, you know, paper is kind of extinct, so to say. Hard to get by because everything is digital. And so that's why these purity seals, they have little inscriptions. These things are kind of expensive. So get some white on there. Get some more yellow on there. Then we're gonna lighten it up with my mixing brush, as well as moisten it up teensy bit. Just try and pop that bubble that does not want to get popped. Mix it, pull it out here, give it a little mix. Yeah, see? Yeah, we still got like, so we kind of got like the same effect, but this way we can just sort of maybe, if we want more pigmentation of yellow, we can just make it a little bit stronger. I feel like my brush is soaking it all up. I think I should start painting on some. I can lay it on a little thick. I think it needs to get more wet. Just give it a little more moisture. I'll let that dry. Another thing that I like to do is, because since we're already working with white, is to color, like if there are any black spots that need to get painted a different color, that your brush is drying up. Because it's hot. It really is. And we can lay it on thick too, if we want. But yeah, I think it's too wet. And I'm also working with this synthetic brush. It kind of makes it a little hard to control paint because it's like water doesn't stick on it as well. And we can actually kind of work fast here because it's hot. Things are drying up quite fast. Let that dry. Underside's going to be a little bit tricky to get done, especially since it's the paint that I'm applying is a little runny. Picking it up with this yellow. It has something to attach to. There's some bubbles, so I'm just blowing on it so that the bubbles go away. Purity seals over here. I think that's a metal band. Might have to bring out the metal paints. But yeah, we still have lots of paint on this brush. We just have to try and get it wet before it dries. Yeah, that's a tricky spot to reach right there. We can revisit this one. Yeah, because it's so runny underneath, it started to pool. They didn't control the thickness of the paint. Dry up. Because it's pooling over there. Maybe if I hold it like this. Right. I forgot to play the thing. We're gonna let this dry up a bit. A lot of the paint got into ferrule. It's a good thing we're using shitty paint, shitty brush. Okay, let's listen.
This is Audible. Eisenhorn, Xenos, by Dan Abnett. Read by Toby Longworth. Chapter 1.
Chapter 1.
A cold coming. Death in the dormant vaults. Some puritanical reflections. Hunting the recidivist Murdin Iclone, I came to Hubris in the dormant of 240 M41, as the imperial sidereal calendar has it. Dormant lasted 11 months of Hubris's 29-month lunar year. and the only signs of life were the custodians with their lighted poles and heat gowns, patrolling the precincts of the hibernation tombs. Within those sulking basalt and ceramite vaults, the grandees of hubris slept, dreaming in crypts of aching ice, awaiting thaw, the middle season between dormant and vital. Even the air was frigid. Frost encrusted the tombs, and a thick cake of ice covered the featureless land. Above, star patterns twinkled in the curious, permanent night. One of them was Hubris's sun, so far away now. Come thaw, Hubris would spin into the warm embrace of its star again. Then it would become a blazing globe. Now it was just a fuzz of light. As my gun cutter set down on the landing cross at Tomb Point, I had pulled on an internally heated bodyskin and swathes of sturdy, insulated foul weather gear, but still, the perilous cold cut through me now. My eyes watered, and the tears froze on my lashes and cheeks. I remembered the details of the cultural brief my savant had prepared, and quickly lowered my frost visor, trembling as warm air began to circulate under the plastic mask. Custodians, alerted to my arrival by astropathic hails, stood waiting for me at the base of the landing cross. Their lighted poles dipped in obeisance in the frozen night, and the air steamed with the heat that bled from their cloaks. I nodded to them, showing their leader my badge of office. An ice car awaited, a rust-colored arrowhead 20 meters long, mounted on ski-blade runners and spiked tracks. It carried me away from the landing cross, and I left the winking signal lights and the serrated dagger shape of my gun cutter behind in the perpetual winter night. The spiked tracks kicked up blizzards of rime behind us. Ahead, despite the lamps, the landscape was black and impenetrable. I rode with Loris Vibben and 3 custodians in a cabin lit only by the amber glow of the craft's control panel. Heating vents recessed in the leather seats breathed out warm, stale air. A custodian handed back a data slate to Vibben. She looked at it cursorily and passed it on to me. I realized my frost visor was still down. I raised it and began to search my pockets for my eyeglasses. With a smile, Vibben produced them from within her own swaddled, insulated garb. I nodded thanks, put them on my nose, and began to read. I was just calling up the last plates of text when the ice car halted. Processional 212, announced one of the custodians. We dismounted, sliding our visors down into place. Jewels of frost flakes fluttered in the blackness around us, sparkling as they crossed through the ice car's lamp beams. I've heard of bitter cold. Emperor grace me, I never feel it again. Biting, crippling, actually bitter to taste on the tongue. Every joint in my frame protested and creaked. My hands and my mind were numb. That was not good. Processional 212 was a hibernation tomb at the west end of the great Imperial Avenue. It housed 12,142 members of the hubris ruling elite. We approached the great monument, crunching up the black, frost-coated steps. I halted. Where are the tomb's custodians? Making their rounds, I was told. I glanced at Vibben and shook my head. She slid her hand into her fur-edged robes. Knowing we approach, I urged, addressing the custodian again. Knowing we expect to meet them. I will check, said the custodian, the one who had circulated the slate. He pushed on up the steps, the phosphor light on his pole bobbing. The other 2 seemed ill at ease. I beckoned to Vibben, so she would follow me up after the leader. We found him on a lower terrace, gazing at the strewn bodies of 4 custodians, their light poles fizzling out around them. How? He stammered. Stay back, Vibben told him and drew her weapon. Its tiny amber armed rune glowed in the darkness. I took out my blade, igniting it. It hummed. The south entry of the tombs was open. Shafts of golden light shone out. All my fears were rapidly being confirmed. We entered, Vibben sweeping the place from side to side with her handgun. The hall was narrow and high, lit by chemical glow globes. Intruding frost was beginning to mark the polished basalt walls. A few meters inside, another custodian lay dead in a stiffening mirror of blood. We stepped over him. To each side, hallways opened up, admitting us to the hibernation stacks. In every direction, rows and rows of ice berths ranged down the smoothed basalt chambers. It was like walking into the Imperium's grandest morgue. Vibben swept soundlessly to the right, and I went left. I admit I was excited by now, eager to close and conclude a business that had lasted 6 years. Iclone had evaded me for 6 whole years. I studied his methods every day and dreamed of him every night. Now I could smell him. I raised my visor. Water was pattering from the roof. Thaw water. It was growing warmer in here. In their ice berths, some of the dim figures were stirring. Too early. Far too early. Iclone's first man came at me from the west as I crossed a trunk-junction corridor. I spun, the power sword in my hand, and cut through his neck before his ice axe could land. The second came from the south, the third from the east, and then more. More. A blur. As I fought, I heard furious shooting from the vaults away to my right. Vibben was in trouble. I could hear her over the Vox link in our hoods. Eisenhorn! Eisenhorn! I wheeled and cut. My opponents were all dressed in heat gowns and carried ice tools that made proficient weapons. Their eyes were dark and unforthcoming. Though they were fast, there was something in them that suggested they were doing this mindlessly, by order. The power sword, an antique and graceful weapon, blessed by the Provost of Inks himself, spun in my hand. With 5 abrupt moves, I made corpses out of them and left their blood vapor drifting in the air. Eisenhorn! I turned and ran. I splashed heavily down a corridor sluiced with meltwater. More shots from ahead. A sucking cry. I found Vibben face down across a freezer tube, frozen blood gluing her to the sub-zero plastic. 8 of Iclone's servants lay sprawled around her. Her weapon lay just out of reach of her clawing hand, the spent cell ejected from the grip. I am 42 standard years old, in my prime by imperial standards, young by those of the Inquisition. All my life I have had a reputation for being cold, unfeeling. Some have called me heartless, ruthless, even cruel. I am not. I am not beyond emotional response or compassion. But I possess, and my masters count this as perhaps my paramount virtue, a singular force of will. Throughout my career it has served me well to draw on this facility and steel myself, unflinching, at all that this wretched galaxy can throw at me. To feel pain or fear or grief is to allow myself a luxury I cannot afford. Loris Vibben had served with me for 5.5 years. In that period she had saved my life twice. She saw herself as my aide and my bodyguard, yet, in truth, she was more a companion and a fellow warrior. When I recruited her from the clan slums of Tornish, it was for her combat skills and brutal vigor, but I came to value her just as much for her sharp mind, soft wit, and clear head. I stared down at her body for a moment.
Oh, right.
I believe I may have uttered her name.
We were supposed to.
I extinguished my power sword and, sliding it into its scabbard, moved back into the shadows on the far side of the hibernation gallery. I could hear nothing except the increasingly persistent thaw drip. Freeing my sidearm from its leather rig under my left armpit, I checked its load and opened a Vox link. Iclone was undoubtedly monitoring all traffic in and out of Processional 212, so I used Glossier, an informal verbal cipher known only to myself and my immediate colleagues. Most Inquisitors develop their own private languages for confidential communication, some more sophisticated than others. Glossier, the basics of which I had designed 10 years before, was reasonably complex and had evolved organically with use. Thorn wishes Aegis, rapturous beasts below. Aegis arising, the colors of space, Betancourt responded immediately and correctly. Rosethorn, abundant, by flame-light crescent. A pause. By flame-light crescent. Confirm. Confirm. Razor Delphus pathway. Pattern ivory. Pattern denied. Pattern crucible. Aegis arising. The link broke. He was on his way. He had taken the news of Vibben's death as hard as I expected. I trusted that would not affect his performance. Midas Betancourt was a hot-blooded, impetuous man, which was partly why I liked him, and used him. I moved out of the shadows again, my sidearm raised. A Scipio-pattern naval pistol, finished in dull chrome with inlaid ivory grips. It felt reassuringly heavy in my gloved hand. 10 rounds, every one a fat, blunt man-stopper, were spring-loaded into the slide inside the grip. I had 4 more armed slides just like it in my hip pocket. I forget where I acquired the Scipio. It had been mine for a few years. One night, 3 years before, Vibben had prized off the ceramite grip plates with their touch-worn, machine-stamped engravings of the Imperial Aquila and the Navy motto, and replaced them with ivory grips she had etched herself. A common practice on Tornish, she informed me, handing the weapon back the next day. The new grips were like crude scrimshaw, showing on each side a poorly executed human skull through which a thorny rose entwined, emerging through an eye socket, shedding cartoon droplets of blood. She'd inlaid carmine gems into the droplets to emphasize their nature. Below the skull, my name was scratched in a clumsy scroll. I had laughed. There had been times when I'd almost been too embarrassed to draw the gang-marked weapon in a fight. Now she was dead. I realized what an honor had been paid to me through that devoted work. I made a promise to myself. I would kill Iklone with this gun. As a devoted member of His High Majesty the God Emperor's Inquisition, I find my philosophy bends towards that of the Amalathians. To the outside galaxy, members of our orders appear much alike. An inquisitor is an inquisitor, a being of fear and persecution. It surprises many that, internally, we are riven with clashing ideologies. I know it surprised Vibben. I spent one long afternoon trying to explain the differences. I failed. To express it in simple terms, some inquisitors are Puritans and some are radicals. Puritans believe in and enforce the traditional station of the Inquisition, working to purge our galactic community of any criminal or malevolent element, the triumvirate of evil, alien, mutant, and demon. Anything that clashes with the pure rule of mankind, the preachings of the Ministorum, and the letter of imperial law is subject to a Puritan inquisitor's attention. Hard line, traditional, merciless. That is the Puritan way. Radicals believe that any methods are allowable if they accomplish the inquisitorial task. Some, as I understand it, actually embrace and use forbidden resources such as the warp itself as weapons against the enemies of mankind. I have heard the arguments often enough. They appall me. Radical belief is heretical. I am a Puritan by calling and an Amalathian by choice. The ferociously strict ways of the monodominant philosophy oft times entices me, but there is precious little subtlety in their ways, and thus it is not for me. Amalathians take our name from the conclave at Mount Amalath. Our endeavor is to maintain the status quo of the Imperium, and we work to identify and destroy any persons or agencies that might destabilize the power of the Imperium from without or within. We believe in strength through unity. Change is the greatest enemy. We believe the God Emperor has a divine plan, and we work to sustain the Imperium in stability until that plan is made known. We deplore factions and infighting. Indeed, it is sometimes a painful irony that our beliefs mark us as a faction within the political helix of the Inquisition. We are the steadfast spine of the Imperium, its antibodies, fighting disease, insanity, injury, invasion. I can think of no better way to serve, no better way to be an Inquisitor. So, you have me then, pictured. Gregor Eisenhorn, Inquisitor, Puritan, Amalathian, 42 years old, standard. An Inquisitor for the past 18 years. I am tall and broad at the shoulders, strong, resolute. I have already told you of my force of will, and you will have noted my prowess with a blade. What else is there? Am I clean-shaven? Yes. My eyes are dark, my hair darker and thick. These things matter little. Come, and let me show you how I killed Iclone. Chapter 2. The Dead Awake. Betancourt's Temper. Elucidations by Amos. I clung to the shadows, moving through the great tomb as silently as I knew how. A terrible sound rolled through the thawing vaults of processional 212, fists and palms beating at coffin hoods, wailing, gurgling. The sleepers were waking, their frigid bodies sore with hibernation sickness, trapped in their caskets. No honor guard of trained cryoengineers waited to unlock them, to sluice their organs with warming biofluids, or inject stimulants, or massage paralyzed extremities. Thanks to Iclone's efforts, 12,142 members of the planet's ruling class were being roused early into the bitter season of dormant, and roused without the necessary medical supervision. I had no doubt that they would all suffocate in minutes. My mind scrolled back through the details my savant had prepared for me. There was a central control room where I could disengage the ice berth locks and at least free them all. But to what good? Without the resuscitation teams, they would fail and perish. And if I hunted out the control room, Iclone would have time to escape. In Glossier code, I communicated this quandary to Betancourt and told him to alert the custodians. He informed me, after a pause, that crash teams and relief crews were on their way. But why? The question was still there. Why was Iclone doing this? A massed killing was nothing unusual for a follower of chaos. But there had to be a point, above and beyond the deaths themselves. I was pondering this as I crossed a hallway deep in the west wing of the processional. Frantic beating sounds came from the berths all around, and a pungent mix of ice water and biofluid spurted from the drain taps and cascaded over the floor. A shot rang out. A las shot. It missed me by less than a hand's breadth, and exploded through the headboard of an ice berth behind me. Immediately the frantic hammering in that berth stopped, and the waters running out of its ducts were stained pink. I fired the Scipio down the vault, startled by the noise it made. 2 more las shots flicked down at me. Taking cover behind a stone bulkhead, I emptied a clip down the length of the gallery, the spent shell cases smoking in the air as the pumping slide ejected them. A hot vapor of cordite blew back at me. I swung back into cover, exchanging clips. A few more spits of laser drizzled past me. Then a voice. "Eisenhorn! Gregor! Is that you?" Iclone. I knew his thin voice at once. I didn't answer. "You're dead, you know, Gregor. Dead like they all are. Dead, dead, dead. Step out and make it quick." He was good. I'll give him that. My legs actually twitched, actually started to walk me clear of cover into the open. Iclone was infamous across a dozen settled systems for his mind powers and mesmeric tone. How else had he managed to get these dark-eyed fools to do his bidding? But I have similar skills, and I have hope. There is a time to use mind or voice tricks gently
Who?
to draw out your target.
What?
And there are
Oh,
times to use them
Cypher
like a
Recon.
stun
Thanks
gun
for the
at
follow, my
point-blank
dude.
range. It was time
You
for
are
the
my
latter.
200th
I
follower.
pitched my voice, balanced my mind, and yelled, "Show yourself first!" Iclone didn't
How's it?
succumb.
How's it
I
going?
didn't expect him to. Like me, he had years
How'd you
of
find my
resilience
channel?
training. But his 2 gunmen were easy meat.
Do you paint too?
The first strode directly out into the middle of the gallery hallway, dropping his lasgun with a clatter. The Scipio made a hole in the middle of his forehead, and blew his brains out behind him in a grotesque pink mist. The other stumbled out on his heels, realized his mistake, and began
Yeah,
firing.
we're just painting some
One of his las bolts
sisters.
scorched the sleeve of my jacket. I squeezed the pistol's trigger, and the Scipio bucked and snarled in my tight grip. The round penetrated his head under his nose.
I've
splintered
actually
on
had
his
these
upper
sisters
cheek,
for
blew the sides
like
of
a
his skull out.
year.
He staggered and fell, dead fingers firing his las rifle again and again, blowing the fascias out of the hibernation stalls around him. Putrid water, biofluid, and plastic fragments poured out, and some screams became louder. I could hear footsteps above the screams. Iclone was running. I ran too, across the vaults, passing gallery after gallery. The screaming, the pounding. God Emperor help me, I will never forget that. Thousands of frantic souls waking up to face an agonizing death. Damn Iclone. Damn him to hell and back. Crossing the third gallery, I saw him, running parallel to me. He saw me too. He wheeled and fired.
We're just painting the
I
shirt
ducked
white,
back as the blast,
but we want to get that
shrieked
sort of
past.
thin
A
effect.
glimpse was all I'd had. A short, wiry man, dressed in brown heat robes, his goatee neatly trimmed, his eyes
Like it's
twinkling
a
with malice.
thin, because it's a
I fired
camsole,
back,
right?
but he was running again.
But
I
we want to
ran
get
on,
that.
glimpsed him down the next gallery, and fired again. At the next gallery, nothing.
So we're
I
gonna
waited,
put some
pulled up
flesh
my
on top
outer
of
robe.
it,
It was
and
getting
then
hot and damp
work our
in
way
procession
to
on 212.
thin to make it look
When
thinner.
another minute passed and there was still no sign, I began to edge down the gallery towards his last position, gun raised. I would have died right there had not the Joker gods of fate and chance played their hand. At the moment Iclone fired, several cryotubes finally gave way, and yowling, naked, blistered humans staggered out into the corridor, clawing with ice-webbed hands, mewling, vomiting, blind and ice-burned. Iclone's shots tore 3 of them apart and hideously wounded a 4th. Had it not been for them, those last shots would have finished me. Footsteps, hurried. He was running again. I pushed on down the gallery, stepping over the blasted ruins of the sleepers who had inadvertently spared me. The wounded one, a middle-aged female, compromised and naked as she lay in the meltwater, clutched at my leg, begging for salvation. Iclone's gunfire had all but disemboweled her. I hesitated. A merciful headshot now would spare her everything. But I could not. Once they were awake, the hierarchy of hubris would not understand a mercy killing. I would be trapped here for years, fighting my case through every court in their legislature. I shook off her desperate grip and moved on. Do you think me weak? Flawed? Do you hate me for setting my inquisitorial role above the needs of one agonized being? If you do, I commend you. I think of that woman still, and hate the fact I left her to die slowly. But if you hate me, I know this about you. You are no inquisitor. You don't have the moral strength. I could have finished her, and my soul might have been relieved, but that would have been an end to my work. And I always think of the thousands, millions perhaps, who would die worse deaths but for my actions. Is that arrogance? Perhaps. And perhaps arrogance is therefore a virtue of the Inquisition. I would gladly ignore one life in agony if I could save 100, 1,000, more. Mankind must suffer so that mankind can survive. It's that simple. Ask Amos. He knows. Still, I dream of her, and her bloody anguish. Pity me for that at least. I pressed on through the tomb vaults, and after another gallery or two, progress became slow. Hundreds of sleepers had now
Whoa.
freed themselves. The hallways were jostling with their frantic, blind pain. I skirted those I could, staying out of the way of grasping hands, stepping over some who lay twitching and helpless on the floor. The collective sounds of their braying and whimpering were almost intolerable. There was a hot, fetid stench of decay and bio-waste. Several times I had to break free of hands that seized me. Grotesquely, the horror made it easier to track Iclone. Every few paces another sleeper lay dead or dying, callously gunned down by murderers in desperate flight. I found a service door forced open at the end of the next file, and entered a deep stairwell that wound up through the edifice. Chemical globes suspended in wall brackets lit the way. From far above I heard shots, and I ascended, my pistol raised and braced, covering each turn of the staircase as Vibben had taught me. I came up to what a wall plaque told me was level 8. I could hear machine noise, industrial and heavy. Through another forced service door lay the walkways to the next galleries, and a side access hatch of brushed grey adamite, which stenciled runes identified as the entrance to the main cryogenic generators. Smoke coughed, and noise rolled from the hatch. The cryogenerator chamber was vast, its roof reaching up into the pyramidal summit of Processional 212. The rumbling equipment it contained was ancient and vast. The data slate given to me in the ice car had said that the cryogenerators that ran the hibernation tombs of Hubris had originally been constructed to equip the Ark fleet that carried the first colonists to the world. They had been cut and salvaged from the giant arks on arrival, and the stone tombs raised around them. A Technomagos brotherhood, descended from the Ark fleet engineers, had kept the cryogenerators operating for thousands of years. This cryogenerator was 60 meters tall and constructed from cast iron and copper, painted in matte red lead paint. As it rose, it sprouted branches in the form of conduits and heat exchangers that intertwined with the roof vents. The hot air of the room vibrated with the noise of its operation. Smoke and steam wreathed the atmosphere, and sweat broke out on my brow and back the moment I stepped through the hatchway. I looked around and quickly noted where several inspection hatches had been levered away. The red paint was scored and scraped along each frame where a crowbar had been forced in, and hundreds of years of sacred unguents and lex mechanical sigil seals, applied and tended by the technomagi, had been broken. I peered in through the open covers and saw rows of copper-wound cells, vibrating rack frames wet with black lubricant, sooty ganglions of insulated electrical routing, and dripping, lagged iron pipes. Sprung-jawed clips with biting metal teeth had been attached to some of the cells, and wiring from these clips trailed back to a small and obviously new ceramite module box taped inside the hatch frame. A digital runic display on the module flashed amber. This was where Ichlone's men had artificially triggered the revival process. That meant he had either turned and recruited local technomagi or brought in experts from off-world. Either way, this signified considerable resources. I moved on and clambered up a ladder frame onto a raised platform of metal grill. There was something else here, a rectangular casket measuring about 1.5 meters along its longest edge. It rested on 4 claw-like feet and had carrying handles built into its sides. The lid was open, and dozens of cables and leads snaked out, linking it to the cryogenerator's electromechanical guts, exposed by another prized-off hatch. I looked into the casket, but could make little sense of what I saw there. Circuit boards and complex mechanical elements linked by sheaves of cable. And there was a space, a padded recess in the heart of the casket's innards, clearly waiting to receive something the size of a clenched fist. Loose cable ends and plugs were taped in place, ready to be connected. But a key component of this mysterious device was evidently missing. My Vox-link chimed in my ear. It was Betancourt. I could barely hear him over the noise of the cryogenerator as he made a quick report in Glossier. Aegis, heaven's uplift, thrice sevenfold. A crown with stars. Infamous angel without title to thorn by 8. Patton? I considered. I was in no mood to take any more chances. Thorn. Patton Hawk. Patton Hawk acknowledged, he said with relish. I saw movement from the corner of my eye about a half-second after I broke the link with Betancourt. Another of Ichlone's black-eyed men, running in through the main hatch with an old model las pistol raised in his hand. His first shot, a twinkling ball of pink light, snapped the metal handrail of the platform I stood on with an explosive ping. His second and third passed over me as I dived down and ricocheted off the cast-iron side of the cryogenerator with scorching crackles. I returned fire, prone, but the angle was bad. 2 more las shots came my way, one cutting sideways into the edge of the platform deck and cutting a gouge through the grill. The gunman was nearly at the foot of the ladder frame. Now a second gunman entered the chamber, calling out after the first, a powerful auto-rifle in his hands. He saw me and began to raise the weapon, but I had a cleaner angle on him and dropped him quickly with 2 rounds through the upper torso. The other was almost below me now, and fired a shot that punched clean through the grill just next to my right foot. I didn't hesitate. I went up and over the rail and directly down onto him. We crashed onto the chamber floor, the powerful impact throwing the Scipio out of my grasp despite my efforts to hold onto it. The man was jabbering some insane nonsense into my face and had a good grip on the front of my tunic. I had him by the throat and by the wrist of his gun hand, forcing the las pistol away.
This is my
He
main
fired it
army,
twice
and
into the
yes,
ceiling
I am a
space
FIL
above.
painter. Sorry for
Enough!
the delay, by the way. You have a
Modulating
thing.
my tone to
I have to wait
emphasize
till.
my
Oh,
will
right.
as I drove it
Yeah,
into his
sorry
mind.
about that.
Drop it.
So what kind of
He
paint are
did.
you using?
Meekly,
I'm using
as if surprised. Psyker tricks at will
using
often baffle those
army
who find
painter.
themselves compelled by them. As he faltered, I threw a punch that connected
It
well
will
and
not
left him
clear up.
unconscious on the floor.
I'm using army painter.
As I bent to recover
I'm
the
actually I
studio,
don't
Betancourt
really
boxed me again. Aegis,
I don't play the game.
infamous angel
I
cast
don't play the
down.
tabletop.
Thorn acknowledged. Resume pattern crucible.
I'm using army painter.
I pushed
So
on after my quarry. Iclone made it into the upper vaults and out onto
Sisters
a
of
landing
Battle
platform
is,
open to
I
the
guess
sloping
you would
side
say,
of
my
Section
only
12.
army.
The wind was fierce. Iclone had 8 of his cult with him, and they were expecting an orbital pinnace that would carry them away to safety.
But I don't play the game.
They had no way of
I do it
knowing
for
that,
fun.
thanks to
I do it for
Betancourt,
the hobby
their
first.
means of escape was now burning in a deep impact
I'm
gap
taking my
through
time with it
permafrost
because it
about
takes
8
like
kilometers
forever
north.
to paint the
What rose
sisters
above the landing platform out of
because
the
there's so
blizzard night,
many of them.
its down thrusters wailing, was my gun cutter. 450 tons of armored alloy, 80 meters from barbed nose to raked stern, landing gear still lowered like spider legs. It rose on the blue hot
Damn.
downwash of angled jets. Banks of floodlights under its beak nose cut on and bathed the deck
But
of the
yeah, I like to
cultists in fierce
take my
red
time with
light.
them just so that
Panicking, some of them fired up at it. That was all the cue Betancourt needed. His temper was hot, his mind void of anything except the fact that Vibben was dead.
I really just enjoy the
The gun
process.
turrets in the ends of the stubby wings rotated and washed the platform with withering heavy fire.
What's
Stone
your
splintered.
army?
Bodies were reduced to sprays
Sisters
of liquid.
too? I'm literally the same. I have an
Iclone,
orc army.
more
Oh,
intelligent
nice.
than his men, had sprinted off
You
the
only got
platform
one?
to the hatch as the gun cutter rose into view. And that's where he ran into me. He opened his mouth in shock as I pushed the muzzle of Vibben's gun into it. I'm sure he wanted to say something important. I didn't care what it was. I punched the gun so hard into his mouth that
Do you hand paint too? Or do you spray
He tried to reach for something on his
airbrush
belt.
them?
I fired. Having emptied his brain case and shattered it into the bargain, the round still had so much force it crossed the deck and pinked off the armored nose of the hovering gun cutter, just below the cockpit window. Sorry, I said. Don't worry about it, Betancourt crackled back over the Vox link. Most perturbatory, said Amos. It was his most frequent expression. He was hunched over, peering down into the casket on the cryogenerator.
I will listen to some Ice and Horn.
Occasionally, he reached in to tinker with something, or
are you into the
down
books
for a
too?
closer look. Gestures such as these,
I like to read them, but when I paint, I like to listen to the ones I've already read.
I stood at his shoulder, waiting, looking down at the back of his old bald head. The skin was liver-spotted and thin, and a narrow crescent of white hair edged the back of his skull.
Yeah, all
Amos
hand.
was my son,
Nice.
and my longest-serving companion. He had come into my service in the first month of my career in the Inquisition, bequeathed to me by Inquisitor Hapshant, who was by then dying of cerebral worms. Amos was
I don't think I want to play the game though. I'm too introverted to like
services as a savant to 3 inquisitors before me.
deal with people.
He was alive only thanks to significant bionic augmentation to his digestive tract, liver, urinary system, hips, and left leg. In Hapshant's service, he had been injured by a stub round.
How long have you been painting?
Him, surgeons had found a chronically
I've been
advanced
painting for about
previously undiagnosed
2 years,
cancer
but
rampant in his abdomen.
on and off
Had he not been shot,
because he
would have
gets
died within
lazy.
weeks. Thanks to the wound, the disease was found, excised, and his body repaired with plastic, ceramite, and steel prosthetics. Amos referred to the whole ordeal as his lucky suffering, and still wore the twisted plug of the stub round that had almost taken and certainly saved his life on a chain around his stringy neck. Amos?
I do play the
Rose
video
stiffly
games
with a
though.
wine of bionics and turned to face me,
I'm
shaking
currently
out the floor with
playing
green
Rogue
folds of his
Trader.
embroidered robe. His augmetic eyewear dominated his ancient face. He sometimes reminded me of a curious insect.
Do you have Snap
bulbous
ID?
eyes and narrow,
Love to show
pinched
you
mouth
your
parts.
Snap ID, Snapchat.
Unique design.
No, I don't
A
Snapchat.
series processor, similar in layout to the
I feel like I'm
mind
too old
units
for that.
used by the hallowed Adeptus Mechanicus to govern the linkage between human brain and god machine. You've seen such things? I asked, a little taken back. Once in my travels,
Started about an hour
in
ago.
passing. I do not pretend to have more than
Just to
passing
learn, and
knowledge.
yeah,
I am certain, however, that the Adeptus
there's a lot
Mechanicus
to
would
learn.
be interested in this device. It may be illicit technology or something derived from apparatus stolen from them. Either way, they would impound it. Either way, they're not going to know about it. This is inquisitional evidence. Quite so, he agreed. There were distracting noises from below us. Tomb custodians and techno-magi from the cryogenerator brotherhood milled about in the chamber, supervising the mammoth and, in my opinion, futile operation to save the sleepers of processional 212. The whole tomb seethed with activity, and the awful screams had not yet died down. I saw how Amos watched the work with keen interest, making notes to himself on a data slate strapped to his wrist. At the age of 42, he had contracted a meme virus that altered his brain function forever, driving him to collect information, any sort of information, whenever he got the chance. He was pathologically compelled to acquire knowledge, a data addict. That made him an aggravating, easily sidetracked companion, and a perfect savant, as 4 inquisitors had discovered. Cold-bolted steel cylinders, he mused, looking up at the heat exchangers. Is that to provide stress durability and temperature change, or was it fabrication expedient? Also, what is the range of temperature change given... Amos, please. He looked back at me, remembering I was there. The casket? Indeed, my apologies. A series processor. Did I say that? Yes, processing what? Data? I thought that at first.
Do you see
Then
any of
I
the
considered
Christmas box sets?
mental
There
transference
are?
process.
No.
But I doubt either now I've studied
Because
it.
I stopped
I
looking.
pointed down into the
Because
casket.
every time I look,
What's missing?
it makes me want to buy
Oh,
more.
you noticed
And
that
I have
too.
like a
This
whole
is
bunch of
most
boxes
interesting.
left that I haven't even
I'm
opened
still
yet.
not certain, of course, but it's
This is actually,
angular,
this is how
non-standard in shape, and with its
incomplete.
own power source.
So I have like,
You're sure? There are
because
no power
I jump
inputs
between
coupled to it,
like the
only
armies.
power outlets.
So I have,
And there's something curious about the
I
plug.
jump between the units,
Non-standard
whatever I
thinking.
feel like.
It's all
So
non-standard.
I'll do like
Xenos?
Sisters of
No.
Battle,
Just
right?
non-standard.
Battle Sisters. And
Customary.
then I'll do like Repentia.
Yeah, but for
And
what?
then I'll do like
Asked Betancourt,
um
climbing up the ladder frame to join us. He
the
looked sour,
what are they
his
called?
unruly black
The
curls
these
framing
guys,
a
the Special
dark-skinned,
Squad.
slender face that was usually alive with genial mischief. I need to make further evaluations, Midas, said Amos, hunching back over
And
the
I
casket.
actually, because I've been
Betancourt
playing
stared my way.
the Grey Knights
He was
video
as tall
game,
as me, but
I
lighter in build.
actually want to get
His
the Grey
boots,
Knight set
breeches,
too.
and tunic
But
were made of soft
I'm
black
really
leather
holding
with
off
red piping, the old
because
uniform of a Glavian
I still
pirate
got a
skipper.
lot of sisters to do.
And over that he wore, as always, a short jacket of cerise silk with iridescent embroidery panels.
I also have some local
His hands were
paints
gloved
too.
in
This
light
one's a
red
local
hide,
paint.
and
They're not
seemed to
as
wait
good.
ominously near the curved grips of the needle pistols holstered on his hips.
They're not as
You
good
took a long time getting here, I began. They made me take
as
the
like
cutter back to the
Army
landing
Painter
cross at Tomb Point.
or Vallejo.
Said they need the platform here for emergency flights. I had to walk back. Then I saw Dolores. She died well, Betancourt. Maybe. Is that possible? He added. I made no reply. I knew how deep his foul moods could be. I knew he had been in love with Loris Vibin, or at least had decided he was in love with her. I knew things would get difficult with Betancourt before they got better. Where is this off-welder, this Eisenhorn? The demanding voice rolled up from the chamber below us. I looked down. A man had entered the cryogenerator chamber escorted by 4 custodians in heat gowns, carrying light poles aloft. He was tall, with pallid skin and greying hair, though his haughty bearing spoke of self-possession and arrogance. He wore a decorative ceremonial heat gown of bold yellow. I didn't know who he was, but he looked like trouble to me. Amos and Betancourt were watching him too. Any idea as to who this is? I asked Amos. Well, you see, the yellow robes, like the light poles carried by the custodians, symbolizes the return of the sun.
About the orc set, and you're currently painting them, and they use Citadel paints. Yeah, I've heard of Citadel paints. They're kind of expensive.
That much myself, I muttered.
But I think those are like the best paints on the market.
And he's high custodian, so you should address him.
But they're really expensive, and they dry out, from what I hear, because if you like leave them open.
Enough. I knew we'd get there eventually.
But I'm okay with these army painters.
I am Eisenhorn. He stared up at me, barely contained wrath bulging the veins in his neck. Place him under arrest, he told his men. Chapter 3. Nisame Carpo. A light in endless darkness. The Pontius. I shot one meaningful glance at Betancourt to stay his hand, then calmly walked past him, slid down the ladder frame and approached Carpo. The custodians closed in around me, but at a distance. High Custodian? I nodded. He fixed me with a steady but wary gaze, and licked spittle off his thin lips. You will
Which orc set?
Until... No, I replied.
I'm kind of new too, so I don't really know what the...
I will cooperate in any investigation you bring to bear here, fully and completely. But you will not and cannot detain me. Do you understand? An inquisitor? Do you understand? I repeated. I wasn't using my will at all. Not yet. I would if I had to, but I trusted that he would have the sense to listen to me first. He could make things awkward for me, but I could make things intolerable for him. He seemed to soften a little, as I had judged.
We'll lighten it up again later. The shirt. Right now, I just want to get like the skin
his care had suffered. He was
looking underneath.
For somewhere to pin the blame. Now he had to temper that with the idea that he was dealing with a member of the most feared institution in the Imperium. Thousands are dead, he began, a tremor in his voice. This desecration.
I do want to work with like
the highborn of hubris,
something like orcs too. Not specifically orcs, but like because I have a tortoise,
lies dead,
and I have a strange fascination for like skin and flesh and muscle.
I mourn the great loss hubris has suffered tonight.
Like it's easy when it's humans, right? Because I'm human. My skin color is probably similar to theirs. But when it comes to like aliens, Xenos, no. When it comes to like
this processional, but all the hibernation
other races,
who knows what Iclone might have wrought?
I think it'll be a little challenge, and I think that's why I stopped painting this one, because I kind of got lost with how I wanted to, how to get like the skin properly.
Let me prepare a report and bring it to you. You may have answers for me too. I will signal you in a few hours for an
I heard that
to meet.
too, but honestly, I have no problem
right now.
Summer, a year old.
We made our way out.
A good shake there, brand new. And the Christmas set, the Beast,
to be stored for my inspection.
The Beast Snag Stampede.
The casket and the bodies of Iclone and his men. None would be tampered with, or even searched until I had looked at them. The gunmen I had subdued in the cryogenerator chamber, the only one left alive, would be incarcerated pending my interrogation. Betancourt made these requirements abundantly clear. We took Vibben with us. Amos was too frail, so Betancourt and I handled the plastic-shrouded form on the gurney. We left Processional 212 by the main vault doors into the biting cold of the constant night, and carried Vibben down towards a waiting ice car, taking her through the hundreds of rows of corpses the custodians were laying out on the ground.
Are these the... Oh, wow.
My band and I had deployed onto Hubris the moment we arrived. Such was the urgency of our chase.
Is this shark one part of the...
remain here for at least a week, longer if Carpal proved difficult. As we rode the ice car back to the landing cross, I had Amos make arrangements for our stay.
Oh, these are pretty cool supports.
During dormant on Hubris, while 99% of the planetary population hibernates, one location remains active. The custodians and the techno-magi weather out the long, bitter darkness in a place called...
This one looks fun to paint. Oh, you can't see. It's
50 kilometers from the vast expanse of the
like the white...
where the hibernation tombs stand.
I don't know what that is.
The sun dome sits like a dark grey blister in the ongoing winter night. It is home to 59,000 people, just a town compared
that one
to
looks
the
fun
great
to paint.
Cities that slumber below the horizon line, waiting for Thor to bring their populations back. I stared out at the sun dome as the gun cutter swept us in towards it through wind-blown storms of ice. Small red marker lights winked on the surfaces of the dome and from the masts jutting from the apex. Betancourt flew.
I guess it probably depends, like how easily the paint dries. I guess it depends on like where you're from.
Circuitry set like silver inlays into his palms and fingertips could engage with the cutter's system directly via the control stick. Amos sat in a rear cabin, poring over manuscripts and data slates. Two independent
because I live in a
multicast
hot
servitors
country,
waited for commands in the crew
so I
bay.
guess that
The
contributes
ship had 5 in all. 2 were limbless combat units,
to like how fast it dries up.
And the other, the chief servitor, a high-spec model we called Euclid, never left his duties in the engine room. Loink, my astropath, slumbered in his chamber, linked to the Vox and Pict systems, awaiting a summons. Vibben lay shrouded on the cot in her room. Betancourt swung the cutter down towards the dome. After an exchange of telemetry, a wide blast shutter opened in the side of the dome. The light that shone out was almost unbearably bright. Betancourt engaged the cockpit glare shields and flew us into the landing bay. The inside surface of the vast dome was mirrored. A plasma effect sun globe burned high in the roof of the dome, bathing the town below in fierce white light. The town itself, spread out beneath us, seemed to be made of glass. We sat down in the wide bay, a 20-hectare metal platform that overlooked the town. The surface of the platform gleamed almost white in the reflected glare. Heavy monotask servitors trundled out and towed us into a landing silo off the main pad, where pit servitors moved in to attach fuel lines and begin fundamental servicing. Betancourt didn't want anybody or anything touching the gun cutter, so he ordered Modo and Nilquit, our 2 independent servitors, to take over the tasks and send the locals away. I could hear them moving around the hull, servos whirring, hydraulics hissing, exchanging machine code data bursts with each other, or with Euclid in the drive.
I kind of regret getting these local
Amos
white
offered
ones.
to find accommodation for us
Probably should have just got like
but I decided
a more quality
was all we needed. The gun
white.
cutter was large enough to provide ample facilities for our stay. We often spent weeks or months living aboard it.
Because it's so chalky.
I went to Lowink's small cabin under the cockpit deck and roused him. He hadn't been with me long. My previous astropath had been killed trying to translate a warp cipher 6 weeks before. Lowink was a young man, with a fleshy, unhealthy bulk hanging from a thin, skeletal frame. His body already deteriorating from the demands of a psyker's life. Greasy implant plugs dotted his shaved skull and lined his forearms like short spines. As he came to the door, some of these plugs trailed wires, each marked with parchment labels, which led back to the communications main box above his cradle. Thousands of cables spilled or dangled around his tiny cabin, but he instinctively knew what each one did and could set and adjust plugins at a moment's notice. The room reeked of sweat and incense. "Master," he said. His mouth was a wet pink slit, and he had one lazy, half-hooded eye that gave him a superior air, quite belying his actual timidity. "Please send a message for me, Lowink, to the Regal Aquitaine." The Regal was a rogue trader we had employed to convey the gun cutter and ourselves to Hubris. His vessel awaited us in orbit now, ready to provide further warp passage. "Give Trademaster Gulquin my respects and tell him we are staying for now. He can be on his way. There's no point in him waiting. We could be here for a week or more. The usual form, polite. Tell him I thank him for his service and hope we may meet again." Lowink nodded. "I will do it at once." "Then I'd like you to perform some other tasks. Contact the main Astropathicus enclave here on Hubris and request a full transcript of off-world traffic for the past 6 weeks. Also,
Not
any record of
ultramarine blue.
unlicensed traffic, individuals using their own astropaths.
For like the scars
Whatever
and
they make
gashes.
available,
Sorry, everything
and a little
crashed.
threat that
I
is
lost
imminent
all audio
visitor
after you
requiring
searched on your
this
phone,
data
but I
would be
heard you
alert.
about to ask you a
They don't
question.
want to find themselves
Oh,
caught up in a major inquisition for
I was
withholding
talking about
information. He
the
nodded
white
again.
creature
Requiring an auto
that looked
seance.
fun.
Yeah,
That white
but I
creature
will
looked fun to
eventually.
paint.
I will give you time to prepare. Will that be all, Master? I turned to go.
I forget what they're
Yes,
called. I was playing
Master.
Space Marines.
He paused. Is it true that the female Vibben is
The
dead?
video game.
Yes, Lowink.
Uh,
I thought it was quiet.
So
He closed the door. The comment wasn't.
I was playing Space Marines, and it's
my own psychic abilities were nascent.
It's one of those guys, the ones that explode.
Loris Vibben was a latent psyker, and while she had been with
The
us,
white
there had been
little
a constant
shark
background
looking
sound,
creature,
almost subliminal, broadcast unconsciously by her young, eager mind. I found Betancourt outside, standing under the shadow of one of the gun cutter's stubby wings. He was gazing at the ground, smoking a low-leaf tube. I didn't approve of narcotics, but I let it go. He'd cleaned himself up these past few years. When I'd first met him, he had been an Obscura user. "Damn bright place," he muttered, wincing out at the abominable glare. A typical overreaction. They have 11 months of pitch dark, so they light their habitat to an excessive degree.
Do they have a night cycle?
I don't believe so.
No wonder they're so messed up. Extreme light, extreme dark, extreme mindsets. Their body clocks and natural rhythms must be all over the place.
I nodded. Outside, I had begun to be disarmed by the notion that the night was never going to end. Now I had the same feelings about this constant noon. In his brief, Amos had said the world was called hubris because after spending 70 standard years getting here aboard their Ark fleet, the original colonists had found the surveys had been incorrect. Instead of enjoying a regular orbit, the world they had selected pursued this extreme pattern of darkness and light. They'd settled anyway, co-opting the cryogenerational methods that had got them here as part of their culture. A mistake, in my view. But I wasn't here to offer a cultural critique. "Notice anything?" I asked Betancourt. He made a casual gesture around the landing platform.
"They don't get many visitors in this season. Trade's all but dead. The world's on tick-over."
"Which is why iClone thought it vulnerable."
"Yes. Most of the ships here are local. Trans-atmospheric. Some are for the custodian's use. The others are simply berthed up over dormant. I make 3 non-locals, aside from us. 2 trader launches and a private cutter."
So much detail is actually huge as well.
Find out who they belong
oh yeah,
to,
I've been
what their business
too nerds started.
Sure thing.
So much detail, it's actually huge as well. It's about as tall as a pop can. Oh really? Well then it shouldn't be that hard. You just have to be systematic about how you
came from orbit or up from
at least they're not
location.
like tiny.
Knowing picked up
but
its
yeah.
transmissions to iClone.
At least you can get to the details better.
But it could have come from orbit? iClone may have a starship up there?
Don't worry. I already thought to look. If there was one there, it's gone, and it made no signals.
I'd like to know how that bastard got here, and how he was intending to leave again.
"I'll find that out,"
said Betancourt, crushing the tube stud under his heel. He meant it.
"What about Vibben?"
he asked. "Do you know what her wishes were?" "She never mentioned anything to me. Did she want her remains sent back to Tornish for burial?"
"You'd do that?"
"If that was what she wanted. Is it?"
"I don't know, Eisenhorn. She never told me either."
"Take a look through her effects. See if she left any testament or instructions. Can you do that?"
"I'd like to do that,"
he said. I was tired by then. I spent another hour with Amos in his cramped, data slate-filled room, preparing a report for Carpel. I set out the basic details, reserving anything I felt he didn't need to know. I accounted for my actions. I made Amos check them against local law to prepare myself in case Carpel raised a prosecution. I wasn't unduly worried about him, and in truth I was bulletproof against local legislation, but I wanted to check anyway. An Amalathian prides himself on working with the structures of imperial society, not above or beyond them, or through them, as a monodominant might. I wanted Carpel and the senior officials of Hubris on my side, helping my investigation. When my report was complete, I retired to my room. I paused by Vibben's door, went in, and gently placed a Scipio naval pistol between her hands on her chest, folding the shroud back afterwards. It was hers. It had done its work. It deserved to be laid to rest with her. For the first time in 6 years, I did not dream about iClone. I dreamed of a blinding darkness, then a light that refused to go away. There was something dark about the light. Nonsense, I know. but that was how it felt. Like a revelation that actually carried
Here,
some deeper,
but easy to spot
more
mistakes.
profound truth.
That's true.
There were flashes like lightning around the edges of my dream's horizon. I saw a handsome, blank-eyed male, not blank-eyed like one of Iclone's drones, but vacant, like an immense starless distance. He smiled at me. At that time in my life, I had no idea who he was. I went to see Carpel at noon the next day. It was always noon in the Sun Dome, but this was real noon by the clock. By then, Loink, Amos, and Betancourt had all dredged up new information for me. I shaved and dressed in black linen with high boots and a formal jacket of scaled brown hide. I wore my inquisitorial rosette at my throat. I intended to show Carpel I meant business. Amos and I descended from the landing platform superstructure by caged elevator and found yellow-robed custodians waiting to escort us. Despite the rancid white light all around, they still held ignited light poles. We made short, hard shadows on the dry rockcrete of the concourse as we crossed to an open limousine. It was a massive chrome-grilled beast with pennants bearing the hubris crest fluttering on its cowling. There were 4 rows of overstuffed leather benches behind the center-set driver's cockpit. We hummed through the streets on 8 fat wheels. The boulevards were wide and, needless to say, bright. To either hand, glass-fronted buildings rose towards the blazing plasma sun globe high above,
I have
like
to wait for that to
flowers seeking
dry.
the light.
I don't know
Everything
if I want to
was
put
along every
nipples.
street.
Last time I put
Chemical
nipples,
lamps on ornate
and
posts
I don't
strained
think
to
it
add
got me
their
very
own
good
light to the
results.
brilliance.
But my
Traffic
girlfriend
was
came
sparse,
over, and
and there were at most a
she
few
noticed. She
thousand
saw my
pedestrians on
minis
the
for the
street.
first time, and
I
she
noticed
noticed.
most wore yellow silk
Where is
sashes,
it?
and that garlands of yellow flowers decorated every lamp post. The flowers? I asked.
I didn't know how to draw tits,
From the
so I had to
hydroponic
have
farms
like
on
a
East Clone 7,
reference.
one of the
So
custodians
I went over to
signified. Morning.
Gone Wild on Reddit,
Amos whispered
looked at
in
some
confidence.
tits,
What happened last
used
night
those
was
as a model.
major tragedy for this world. Yellow is their holy color. I believe the local religion is a solar belief.
This is
the sun as emperor.
Common enough. Extreme here for
one of
reasons.
my earlier works.
The custodial hall was a glass spire close to the town center, a solar disk overlaid with the double-headed eagle of the Imperium decorating its upper faces. Nearby was the local chapel of the ecclesiarchy, and several buildings given over to the imperial administratum.
Yeah, I have a thing for
It
skin.
amused me to see they were all built of black
I get
stone
sort of
and virtually
obsessed.
windowless.
That's why I know
Those
that
imperial
my
servants stationed
Repentias,
here obviously had
my
a
sister
little truck
Repentias are gonna
with the constant light.
take a while for
We
me
drew in under a glass portico.
because my
and
first one
escorted
was
into the
so
main hall.
bad.
It was
My
seething
first
with people,
Repentia was
most of them custodians in
yeah,
yellow robes, some local officials and
pile of
techno
shame.
magi, some clerks and
Goes
servants.
into my pile of shame.
The
I have
hall
about
itself was of the scale of
what
an
was it?
imperial chapel,
1,500 in
but
orc
raised
models
with
total.
yellow-stained glass on a frame of black cast
Jeez.
iron. The air
Yeah,
mounts
orcs are
had
also a
golden
horde
light
faction too.
shafting down through the glass. The carpet was vast, black, with a sun disk woven into its center. "Inquisitor Eisenhorn," declared one of my escorts through a vox hailer. The hall fell silent, and all turned to watch us approach. High custodian Carpel sat on a hovering lifter throne with gilt decorations. A burning chemical light was mounted above the head of the floating chair. He swung in through the parting crowd towards me. "High custodian," I said with a dutiful nod. "They are all dead," he informed me. "All 12,142. Processional 212 is dead. None survived the trauma. Hubris has my sincere sympathies, High Custodian." The hall exploded in pandemonium, voices screeching and shouting and clamoring. "Your sympathies? Your damned sympathies?" Carpel screamed above the roar. "A great part of our ruling elite die in one night, and we have your sympathies to console us?" "That is all I can offer, High Custodian." I could feel Amos shivering at my side, making aimless notes on his wrist slate about custom and clothing and language forms, anything to take his mind from the confrontation. "That's hardly good enough," spat a young man nearby. He was a local noble, young and firm enough, but his skin had a dreadful sweaty pallor, and custodians supported him as he stumbled forward. "Who are you?" I asked. "Vernal Maypel, heir lord of the Dalawan cantons." If he expected me to fall to my knees in supplication, he was in for a disappointment. "Because of the gravity of this event, we have roused some of our highborn early from their dormancy," Carpel said. "Liege Maypel's brother and 2 of his wives died in processional 212. So the pallor was revival sickness. I noticed that 50 or more of the congregation present were similarly wasted and ill. I turned to Maypel. "Liege, I repeat, you have my condolences." Maypel exploded with rage. "Your arrogance astounds me, Offwelder. You bring this monster to our world, battle with him through our most sacred sanctums, a private war that slaughters our best, and you—" "Wait!" I used my will. I didn't care. Maypel stopped as if stunned, and the vast hall rang silent. "I came here to save you and deny Iclone's plans. But for the efforts of myself and my companions, he might have destroyed more than one of your hibernation tombs. I broke none of your laws. I was careful to preserve your codes in pursuit of my work. What do you mean I brought this monster here?" "We have made inquiries," answered an elderly noblewoman nearby. Like Maypel, she was ailing with revival sickness, and sat hunched on a litter carried by slaved servitors. "What inquiries, madam?" "This long feud with the murderer Iclone. 5 years, is it now?" "6, lady." "6, then. You have hounded him here, driven him, brought him, as Liege Maypel said. How?" "We registered no off-world ship these past 20 days, except yours, Eisenhorn," Carpel said, reviewing a data slate. "The Regal Aquitaine. That ship must have brought him as it brought you, to finish your war here and damn our lives. Did you choose Hubris because it was quiet, out of the way, a place where you might finish your feud undisturbed in the long dark?" I was angry by now. I concentrated to control my rage. "Amos?" Beside me, he was muttering. "And what silicate dyes do they use in their stained glass manufacture? Is the structure armored? The supports are early Imperial Gothic in style, but—" "Amos, the report!" He started and handed me a data slate from his leather case. "Read this, Carpel. Read it thoroughly." I pushed it at him, then snatched it away as he reached for it. "Or should I read it aloud to all here assembled? Should I explain how I came here at the last minute, when I learned Iclone was moving to Hubris? That I learned that only by astropathic decryption of a cipher message sent by Iclone 2 months ago? A cipher that killed my astropath in his efforts to translate it?" "Inquisitor, Carpel began. I held up the data slate report for them all, thumbing the stud that scrolled the words across the screen. "And what about this? The evidence that Iclone has been planning a move against your world for almost a year. And this, gathered this last night, that an unregistered starship moved in and out of your orbit to deliver Iclone 3 days ago, unnoticed by your planetary overwatch and the custodian Guardians. Or the itemized stream of astropathic communication that your local enclave noticed, but didn't bother to source or translate." I tossed the slate into Carpel's lap. Hundreds of eyes stared at me in shocked silence. "You are wide open. He exploited you. Don't blame me for anything except being too late to stop him. As
I'm
I
tired.
said,
I
you
work
have
at
my
an
sincere
industrial plant
condolences."
that immigrates foreigners to
"And
Canada and
next time you
provides them
choose
a
to
job at
confront
this
an
plant
Imperial
for
Inquisitor,"
a company called
I
Maple
added,
Leaf, and I
"you
work with
may
over
want to be
1,000
more
people from
respectful.
all over the world.
I'm
And
excusing a
some of my
lot
best
because I
friends are
recognize
Filipino,
the trauma
and
and
I've
loss
learned
you have
quite a
suffered.
bit about immigrant
But my
culture.
patience isn't limitless. Unlike my
Oh,
authority." I turned to Carpel. "Now, High Custodian, can we talk
like,
in private,
yeah, there are
as
a lot
I
of
think
Filipinos
I
in Canada.
requested?" We followed Carpel's floating throne into a side annex, leaving a hall full of murmuring, shocked voices behind us. Only one of his men
What have you
accompanied us,
heard?
a tall, blond fellow in a dark
Like,
brown uniform I didn't recognize.
probably
The
about our food.
bodyguard, I presumed.
We love food.
Carpel set his throne down on the carpet and raised a remote wand that tinted the glass plates of the room at a touch.
Maybe I should skip the nipples for now.
Reasonable light levels at last. From that alone, I knew Carpel was
We
taking
can
me
do-
seriously. He waved me to a seat opposite. Amos lurked in the shadows behind me. The man in brown stood by the windows, watching.
What have you learned about my
Carpel
people?
asked. I expect your full cooperation as I extend my investigation. But the matter is over.
The matter is over.
I kept my gaze on Carpel.
I think I want to use
want your consent for me to continue,
my
as well as
more
your
detailed
full
one.
cooperation. Iclone may be dead, but he was just the blade point of a long and still dangerous weapon. What are you talking about? The man in brown snapped. Still, I did not look at him. Staring at Carpel, I said, if he speaks again without me knowing who he is, I will throw him out of the window, and I won't open it first. This is Chesna Fishig of the Adeptus Arbites. I wanted him present. Now I looked at the man in brown. He was a heavy-set brute with a loop of shiny pink scar tissue under one milky eye. I'd taken him to be a young man with his clean skin and blonde hair, but now I studied him, I saw he was at least my age. Chesna, I nodded. Inquisitor, he returned. My question stands. I sat back in my chair. Merdin Iclone was a facilitator. A brilliant, devious man, one of the most dangerous I have ever hunted. Sometimes to hunt down your prey is to finish his evil. I'm sure you have experience of that. You called him a facilitator. That was where his danger lay. He believed he could serve his obscene masters best by offering his considerable skills to cults and sects that need
how life is there, my friend?
He had
Actually,
no
drag
true
up
allegiances.
Google Maps and show
He
me
worked
his
to
phone.
facilitate the grand schemes of others. What he was doing here on Hubris was to advance and develop someone else's plans. Now he is dead, and his scheme thwarted. We may be thankful, but my task is not done.
So hard to
I
make
must
nipples.
work back from Iclone, his men, from any clue he left, and dig my way into whatever greater secret darkness was employing him. And for this, you want the cooperation of the people of Hubris? Asked Carpel. The people? The authorities?
We got toots.
Everyone. This is the
The
Emperor's
food,
word.
just how
Will you
life is
shrink
there,
from it?
my friend. Actually,
No, sir, I will
brang
not,
up.
said
Oh,
Carpel.
brang up.
Excellent.
Maps and
Carpel
Jovius.
tossed a gold solar form badge to me. It was heavy and old, mounted on a pad of black leather. This will give you authority. My authority. Conduct your work thoroughly and quickly. I ask two things in return, and they are, you report all findings to me, and you allow the chastener to accompany you. I work my own way. Fishig can open doors and voice boxes here in the Sun Dome that even that badge may not. Consider him a local guide. And your ears and eyes, I thought. But I knew he was under immense pressure from the nobility to produce results, so I said, I will be grateful for his assistance. Where first? Fishig asked, down to business at once, a hungry look on his face. They want blood, I realized. They want someone to punish for the deaths, someone they could say they caught, or at least helped to catch. They want to share in whatever successes I have so that they can look good when the rest of their population wakes up to this disaster in a few months' time. I couldn't blame them. First, I said, the mortuary. Iclone looked as if he was asleep. His head had been wrapped in an almost comical plastic bonnet to contain the wound I had dealt him. Framed in the plastic, his face was tranquil, with just a slight bruising around the lips.
So hard to get nipples.
He lay on a stone plinth in the chill
yeah?
of the morgue
What
below
else?
RBT's mortuary 1.
You know that
His
Filipinos
brethren
are
lay on numbered plinths around him,
horny
those
as
that had
fuck.
been recovered more or less intact. There were labelled bins of mostly liquescent material against the back wall, the remains of those that Betancourt had slaughtered with the cutter's cannons. The air in the underground vault was lit cold blue,
Kind of hard to get
frost-covered
that.
circulators pumped in sub-zero air directly from the ice desert outside the Sun Dome. Fishig had provided us all with heat gowns for the visit. I was impressed by what I saw. Both the dutiful care and attention that had been used to sequester and store the
I
bodies,
feel like I didn't
and
do
by the
such
fact
a
that no
great
one
job
had
with
touched them,
the nipple on
according
this
to my
side.
instructions. It seems a simple command to give, but I have lost count of the times that overeager death priests or surgeons have begun autopsies before I arrived. The mortician superintendent was a haggard woman in her 60s called Tutrone. She attended us in red plastic
Drawing nipples
scrubs
is like
worn
drawing
over a golden
eyes.
threadbare heat gown. Mortress Tutrone had a bionic implant in one eye socket, and blades and
Really
ropes
hard.
and manipulators of gleaming surgical steel built into her
Okay.
right hand.
Then we're gonna cover it up.
I have done as you instructed, she
with
told
the
me
white.
as she led us down the spiral steps into the cold vault.
And let that
But
dry,
it is
fully
irregular.
dry.
Rules state I must begin examinations, prelim examinations at least, as soon as possible. I thank you for your diligence, Mortress.
I also love martial
I will be
arts,
done
and I know
quickly.
that
Then
is
you can follow
big in the.
protocol.
It is. We have our own
Pulling on
actually.
surgical gloves,
We
I
have a
moved
couple
through
of our
fields
own, like
lead. There were nearly 20
Scrima,
of them, dictating observations to
which
paper.
is our niece, the
There was
sticks.
virtually nothing to be learned.
We
from
have
them.
Yoyan.
Some I gauged from build and coloration to be off-worlders.
Yeah, Filipinos
They
like.
had no documents, no
It's
surgical
mostly because
identifiers, no clue whatsoever
we needed like
about their origins or identities.
a
Even their
means to
clothing was
channel
blank.
our
Manufacturing tags and
hot-headedness.
labels had been
We're very
torn and
temperamental
burned
people.
off.
Must be
I
the
could begin a
Spanish
forensic
blood.
investigation to identify the source of the clothing, but that would be a massive waste of resources. On two of them, I found fresh scars that suggested
We do love our
famous ident
violence.
mark
We're very
had been
passionate.
surgically removed. Ident
We
marking
love.
was not a local practice.
We love
So
two
that at
things
least
the
suggested
most:
off-world.
violence
But where? Hundreds
and
of Imperial guards
love.
routinely used such devices, and their placing and use was pretty standard. I had carried one myself.
A lot of our movies are just
before the black ship selected me, and it was dug out.
action movies.
One of the corpses had a curious
and
scar
then
near the forearms.
there are
Not
only
deep,
two. There only really are two
searing
genres.
the
Three if
eyelids.
you include the comedy. But there
Someone
really
had chosen
are
a
only
melted
two
body
genres
to remove
of
ganged
movies.
toppings,
We have action
Amos said.
and we have
Again, it was
romance.
tantalizingly incomplete.
And then you
I looked at iClone.
we love
where it went
comedy,
quite
so
left
we're kind of like
With
India.
Mortis's help, I cut away his clothes, all of which were
Kinda
as
like
anonymous
Bollywood.
as his followers' garb. We turned his naked corpse.
Yeah, it
into
is for most people.
Well,
Not
anything.
really for
There, Fishig said,
for me.
leaning in. A brand mark above the
Not really
left
for a
buttock.
few people.
The seraph of Loecus. An old
But
chaos
it is
mark.
big.
iClone had it done to honor his then masters 20 years ago. A previous cult. A previous employer. Nothing to do with this. Fishig looked
Nipples.
at me curiously. You know the details of his naked flesh? I have sources, I replied. I didn't want to have to tell the tale. Imanda, one of my first companions, brilliant, beautiful, and bold. She had found that detail out for me. She had been in an asylum now for 5 years. The last report I had received said she had eaten away her own fingers.
Tear up.
But he marks himself, Fishig added. With each new cult he
It's supposed to be
involves himself
thin,
in,
so
he
we're gonna
carries their mark to show his allegiance.
we're
The
gonna
man had a point, damn him.
lighten that up.
At
We're
least
gonna add
6
some white
laser
there.
scars on his
Supposed to
body
be
seemed
thin.
likely to have been previous cult
Oh,
marks
sorry, man. What do you mean?
burned off
Sorry, man.
after
For
he
what?
left those associations. Behind his left ear, a skin inlay of silver
It's
was
a
worked in the
family
form of
is
a
big.
cubo chaotica.
It's one of
This,
our values. It's
asked
just that
Tutrone, shaving the
family
hair aside with her
is
finger
also
blades
like
to reveal it. Old, as before.
it can be.
I stepped back from the body and thought
It can also be a
hard.
hindrance.
When I'd killed him,
We
he
have
had
this
been reaching for
mentality,
something on his
like
belt, or so it had
at least
seemed to me.
not among the newer
His
generations,
They were laid out on a metal tray.
but we have this sort of.
His las pistol.
The older
a compact
generations have
box
this
device,
mentality where
a pearl inlaid box
their
containing
kids
6
turn into
obscura
their like
tubes and an
retirement
igniter,
plan.
a credit tile, spare cells for the gun,
So
plastic key,
that's why my
and
generation
a
of
belt with
Filipinos
4 buttoned pouches.
we're kind of
I opened them
stressing
one
about
by one.
that
Some local coins, a miniature las knife,
because
3 bars of
family is
high-calorie
important.
rations, a steel
I'm just
toothpick, more
lucky
obscura,
that my
this time
my
in an
parents
injector
wouldn't have
vial,
asked me
a small
of
data slate.
that kind of stuff.
At the moment of death, which of these things had he been reaching for? The knife? Too slow and small to counter a man who has a naval pistol wedged into your mouth.
Let's
Then again,
get some
he
of
was
that
desperate.
rib.
And then again,
Paint those
he hadn't
purity
reached for his
seals.
holstered las gun. The data slate, perhaps. I picked it up and activated it, but it needed a cipher to gain access. All manner of secrets might be locked inside. But why would a man reach for a data
While we
slate
wait
in
for
face
the
of
tits to
certain
dry up.
track marks along the forearm, Tutrone stated, continuing her exam. Hardly surprising, given the narco wear we'd recovered from him. No rings, no bracelets, earrings, piercing studs, none. I pulled a plastic pouch from a dispenser on the surgical cart and put all his effects into it. You will sign for those, won't you? Tutrone asked, looking up. Of course. You hated him, didn't you? Fishig said suddenly. What? He leaned back against a plinth, crossing his arms. You had him at your mercy, and you knew his head was full of secrets, but you emptied it with your gun. I have no compunction when it comes to killing, but I know when I'm wasting a lead. Was it rage? I am an inquisitor. I do not get angry. Then what? I had just about enough of his snide tone. You don't know how dangerous this man is. I wasn't taking chances. He looks safe enough to me, Fishig smirked, looking down at the body. Here's something, Tutrone called out. We all moved in. She was working on his left hand, delicately, with her finest gauge scalpels and probes, her augmented fingers darting like a seamstress. The index finger of the left hand. There's unusual lividity and swelling. She played a small scanner across it. The nail ceramite, artificial. An implant. What's inside? Unknown. A ghost reading. There's maybe... Ah, there it is. A catch under the quick. You'll need something small to trigger it. She adjusted her bionic finger settings and slid out a very thin metal probe. Thin like a toothpick. Back now, I yelled. It was too late. Tutrone had undone the catch. The false nail sprang back, and something flew out of the cavity in the fingertip.
Paint with pink.
A silver worm, like
We'll
a thread
highlight
of
that with
necklace
pink.
chain, flashed through
I
the
gotta
air.
go to bed though. I
Where
work
did it
tomorrow.
go? I don't know, I said,
Quite
pushing
early.
Tutrone and Amos behind me.
Alright, thanks my dude.
Did you see it?
Thanks for dropping by.
Asked
Thanks for the
Fishig.
follow. I
Over
appreciate you.
there, he said, pulling
Hope
a
I see you
short-nosed
again.
gloss black auto
And I hope
pistol
I can
out
see
from his
you.
lobes.
Your
I
paint
reached for my own
jobs.
gun, then remembered I'd given it back to Vibin.
Do you have like
I
an
snatched up a
Instagram or
bone
something
knife from the
that you
trolley.
post on?
The worm
That you
slithered back into the light.
post on
It was
there?
a meter long and several centimeters thick now. What foul sorcery had caused that expansion I did not want to know. It was made of segmented metal, and the head was an eyeless cone split by a hissing mouth full of razor teeth. Tutrone cried out as it flew at us. I pushed her down and the thing whipped across over us, hitting a corpse on a nearby plinth. There was a dreadful sucking, gnawing sound, and the worm disappeared into the corpse's torso through a jagged hole. The corpse vibrated and ruptured, filling the air with a foul mist of vapor. The worm swished up out of it and disappeared across the floor. By then, Fishig had opened fire and blasted the shattered corpse off its plinth. The worm was long since gone. Touch-activated mechanism, Amos was murmuring to himself. Very discreet, probably of Xenos manufacture. A guard weapon with some mass-altering system that expands it on contact with air and or release, hunting by sound. So shut up, I told him. I bundled him and Tutrone against the far wall. Fishig and I moved in parallel courses down through the plinth rows, weapons ready. It reappeared. By the time I saw it, it was almost on me, thrashing forward through the air on its metallic tail. In a split second, I reflected that this was how Iclone had wanted me to die. This was what he had intended to unleash against me on the landing platform at Processional 212. Rage made me deny him. I stabbed out, and my extended blade jabbed directly between the gaping teeth and down the gullet. The impact knocked me back. I found I had the whole heavy 2-meter thing thrashing on the end of my knife like a lash. Shots banged past me. Fishig was trying to hit it. You'll kill me, you idiot! Hold it still. With a metallic rasping, it was chewing down the blade and the handle towards my hand. Tutrone came in from behind me, and together we wrestled the powerful, coiling thing onto a plinth. She activated a bone saw on her augmetic hand and sliced down through its neck with a shrill scream of spinning blades. The body continued to thrash. She grabbed it and dropped it into an acid trough, usually reserved for bio-waste. The hissing head and the knife it was still chewing away at quickly followed it. The four of us gazed down at the thrashing remains as they disintegrated. I looked round at Mortress, Tutrone, and Fishig. I know which one of you I'd rather have around in a fight, I muttered. Tutrone laughed. Fishig didn't. What was it? Amos asked me as we raced in Fishig's land speeder through the streets to the RBT's headquarters. You guessed more than I know, I replied. A gift from his masters, certainly. What manner of masters makes a thing like that? Powerful ones, Amos. The worst kind. Our meeting at the RBT's grim chambers was brief. At my request, Fishig had summoned Magus Palastomes, the head of the cryogenerator Techno-Magi. He took one look at the casket in the evidence room and said, I have no idea what that is. Thank you. That will be all, I told him. I turned to Fishig. Have this sent immediately to my vessel. It is state's evidence, he began. Who do you work for, Fishig? The Emperor. Then pretend I'm him, and you won't be far wrong. Do it. Hayden Bonds was waiting for us in the interrogation room. He had been stripped naked, but Fishig assured me nothing of import had been found in his clothes. Bonds was the gunman I had laid out in the cryogenerator chamber, the only one of Iclone's men to have survived the night. His mouth was swollen from my blow. He had admitted nothing except his name. Fishig, Amos, and I entered the room, a dull stone box. Bonds was shackled to a metal chair and looked terrified. So should he, I thought. Tell me about Murdin Iclone, I said. Who? The darkness had gone from his eyes now. Iclone's spell broken. He was bewildered and confused. Then tell me the last thing you remember. I was on Thracian Primaris. That was my home. I was a stevedore in the docks. I remember going to a bar with a friend. That is all. The friend? A dockmaster called Win Edon. We got drunk, I think. Did Edon mention an Iclone? No. Look, where am I? These bastards won't say. What am I supposed to have done? I smiled. You tried to kill me for a start. You? I'm an Imperial Inquisitor. At that, terror made him lose control of his body functions. He began pleading, begging, telling us all sorts of misdemeanors, none of which mattered. I knew from the first moments that he was useless. Just a mesmerized slave, chosen for his muscle, knowing nothing. But we spent 2 hours with him anyway. Fishig slowly turned a wall dial near the door that vented in increasing measures of the sub-zero air outside the sun dome. In our heat gowns, we asked questions over and again. When Bonz's flesh began to adhere to the metal chair, we knew there was nothing more. Warm him up and feed him well, Fishig told his men as we left the cell. We execute him at dawn. I didn't ask if that meant some arbitrary time in the next cycle, or real dawn, 6 months away, at the start of Thor. I didn't much care. Fishig left us to our own devices for a while, and I ate lunch with Amos at a public bistro almost directly under the sun dome. The food was sour, rehashed from freeze-dried consumables, but at least it was hot. Fountain banks projected walls of water around the edges of the bistro so that the sun-globe light made rainbows that crisscrossed the tables and aisles. On this somber day of mourning, there were no other diners present. Amos was in good spirits. He chatted away, making connections I hadn't begun to see. For all his faults, he possessed a superb mind. Every hour I spent with him, I learned more techniques. He was forking up fish and rice and reviewing his data slate. Let's look at the transmission lag that Loeing detected in the messages Iclone sent and received while on the planet. They're all in cipher. Loeing hasn't unlocked them yet. Yes, but look at the lag. This one, 8 seconds. That's from a ship in orbit. And the time frame matches that period in which we know Iclone's mysterious starship was here. But this, during your struggle with him last night, a lag of 12.5 minutes. That's from another system. I stopped trying to macerate a lump of meat that resembled a slug and peered over. I'd never much considered the blurry sidebar that edged all astropathic message forms before. 12.5. You're sure? I had Loeing check. So that gives us a reference frame. He smiled. Pleased. I was pleased.
3 worlds in the picture, all between 11 and 15 minutes lag of here. Thracian Primaris, Cobalt 2, and Gudrun. Thracian Primaris was no surprise. That had been our last port of call, our last sighting of Iclone. And as far as we knew from the wretched bonds, the place where he had recruited some or all of his servants. Cobalt's a nothing, I checked. Just an Imperial watch station. But Gudrun. A primary trade world. Old culture, old families, old poisons. He finished with a laugh, completing the proverb. I dabbed my mouth with a napkin. Can we be more certain? Lowing's researching for me. Once we break the cipher, I don't mean the message cipher itself, I mean the coded headers to the actual text, we'll know. Gudrun, I pondered. My Vox link chimed in my ear. It was Betancourt.
Ever hear of a thing called the Pontius?
No, why?
I haven't either, but Lowing's cracking some of the old transcripts. In the weeks before Iclone arrived, someone was sending messages off the approved links to a location in the Sundome. They talk about the delivery of the Pontius. It's all rather vague and indirect.
Do you have a location?
Why else do you employ us? Thorview 12011, on the west side of the dome. The high rent quarter. AristoTurf.
Any names?
No, they're very exclusive and coy about such things.
We're on it. Amos and I rose from the table. We turned to find Fishig standing there. He was wearing the full flak armor, carapace, and visored helm of an Arbites now. I have to admit the effect was impressive.
Going somewhere without me, Inquisitor?
Going to find you, actually. Take us to Thorview. Chapter 4. The Sundome toured at speed. Thorview 12011. Questioning Seaman Croats. The wealthiest Hubrites kept winter palaces on the west perimeter of the Sundome. According to Chasener Fishig, they enjoyed both light and dark, as if that was something indulgent. They looked inwards to the lit dome and had shutters that could be opened to view the dark landscape of the winter desert. It was a spiritual thing, Amos suggested. Fishig shut down his terrain-following guidance as we sliced through the streets, and his heavy speeder rose up above the traffic and buildings. We hooked hard turns between glass spires and roared west. I think he was showing off. In the rear seating, under the roll bars, Amos clung on and closed his eyes with a soft groan. I rode up front with the armored Fishig, seeing a predatory grin on his face under the visor of his RBT's helmet. The speeder was a standard Imperial model, painted matte brown and sporting the badges of the solar symbol and the chevrons and tail number of the local RBTs. Armored, it turned heavily, the anti-grav straining to keep us aloft. There was a heavy bolter, pintle-mounted, forward of my seat. I glanced around and saw a locked rack of combat shotguns behind the rear seats.
"Give me one of those!"
I yelled above the slipstream and the choppy thrum of the turbo fans.
"What?"
"I need a weapon!" Fishig nodded and keyed a security code into a pad built into his bulky control stick. The cage on the gun rack popped.
"Take one!"
Amos handed one over to me, and I began loading shells. Thorview rose before us, a terrace of luxurious crystal glass and ferrocrete dwellings built into the curve of the dome itself. We whipped low over stepped gardens, making ferns and palms shudder in our downwash. Then Fishig keyed the fans to idle, and we settled on a wide veranda deck, 8 stories up. He leapt out, racking his shotgun. I followed him. "Stay here," I told Amos. He needed no further encouragement.
"Which one?"
Fishig asked. 12011. We edged along the wide, curving deck, clambering over dividing rails and trellises of climbing flowers. 12011 was glass-fronted, with wide sliding doors of mirrored window plate. Fishig swept up a warning hand and took a coin from his pocket. He flipped it onto the terrace, and it was atomized by 9 separate las beams. He keyed his Vox.
"Chasener Fishig to RBT's control. Copy."
"Copy, Chasener."
"Access Dome Central and shut down auto defenses on Thorview 12011. Immediate."
A pause. "Shutdown authorized." He made to step forward. I halted him and tossed a coin of my own. It bounced twice on the basalt terrace and rolled to a halt. "I like to be sure," I said. We came up either side of the main picture window. Fishig tried the slider, but it was locked. He stepped back, apparently preparing to shoot the window in. "It's armorplex," I told him, rapping my knuckles off the material. "Don't be stupid." I pulled the plastic bag containing Eichlern's effects from my jacket and searched for the compact las knife. Before I found it, I found the plastic key. Slim chances, but what the crud, as Inquisitor Hapshant used to say. I slid the key into the frame lock and the windows slid aside on motorized rails. We both waited. Perfumed air and light orchestral music wafted out past us. "Adeptus Arbites, make yourself known," Fishig bellowed, his voice amplified by his helmet speaker. They did. Rapid gunfire, heavy caliber, blew away the terrace rail, decapitated potted shrubs and dwarf trees, cropped flower beds, and chopped down the deck's aerial mast. "Have it your way," bellowed Fishig, and he rolled in, pumping his shotgun. The blasts were deafening. I clambered up on a drain spout onto the second-level balcony, my shotgun dangling around my shoulders on its strap. Furious exchanges of fire rumbled below me. I went in through a gauze-draped opening into the main bedrooms. The room was overwarm and dark, dressed in red velvet with soothing ambient music welling from hidden vox speakers. The bed was in disarray. In one corner, on a gilt credenza, sat a portable vox set. I padded forward and studied the responder log. Fishig's chaos down below rumbled through the floor like a distant storm. The girl came out of a side room, a bathroom, I imagine, and shrieked when she saw me. She was naked and dived under the bedclothes for cover. The muzzle of my shotgun tracked her. "Who's here?" She whimpered and shook her head. "Inquisition," I hissed. "Who's here?" She began to sob and shook her head again. "Stay down. Get under the bed if you can." In the adjoining room I heard whistling. A voice called out a name. "Don't answer," I told the weeping girl. I moved slowly round to the side room door. Light shone out. There was a hint of steam and a smell of bath oils. The whistling had stopped. He was wary, I'll give him that. He didn't bluster out, gun blasting. I tipped open the door with the snout of my weapon, and 5 high-velocity rounds shredded holes in the wood panel. I fell to my belly on the floor and fired 3 shots in through the door gap. "Inquisition, throw down your weapon!" 2 more shots punched through the door. I crawled backwards from the doorway and stood up, the gun resting in my hands. "Come out," I said, using my will. A large, tattooed, naked male blundered out of the bathroom, half his face shaved and half covered with sudsy foam. A Transvasa high-powered auto pistol was still in one hand. "Put it down," I commanded. He hesitated, as if my will had no force. A conditioned mind, I supposed. Take no chances. The auto pistol was just pulling up to find me when I blew off his half-shaved face with the shotgun and sent his body splintering back through the half-open door. The girl was still crouched, naked, at the end of the bed, shivering. I was surprised she hadn't bolted out of cover at my command, too. I spun to face her. "What's your name?" "Lisa B." "Full name," I snapped. I wasn't concentrating on her especially, but there was something about her. An air. A tone. "Elizabeth Beckwin, pleasure girl. I worked the Sundome these past 4 dormants." "You're here why?" "They paid up front. Wanted a party. Oh, lords." Her voice trailed away as she collapsed on the bed. "Get dressed. Stay here. I will want to talk to you." I moved to the door of the chamber and looked out into the unlit hall. Below, down the stairwell, gun flashes and shouts echoed up. Seeing my shape in the doorway, a man ran towards me. "Wilk! Wilk! They've found us! They've—" A moment before he realized I was not Wilk, I decked him with the butt of my weapon. He fell hard. 2 solid shots raked the doorframe next to me. I ducked back in, sliding back the grip of the shotgun. Shots punched through the wall above the bedhead. Beckwin screamed and rolled off the bed. I blasted back, punching 2 more large holes in the door. 2 men slammed into the room, wild-eyed and desperate. Both were dressed in light interior clothes. One had a las pistol, the other an auto rifle. I dropped the las gunner with one direct shot that hurled his body against the wall. The man with the auto rifle opened fire, his shots chewing through one of the bedposts. I dived for cover as the automatic fire ripped up tufts of carpet, shattered mirrors, and demolished furnishings. Rolling, I frantically sought cover. My would-be killer dropped face down onto the bed. The girl pulled a long, retractable knife out of the back of his neck.
I saved your life, she told me. That'll make it better for me, right?
I told the girl to stay put in the bedroom, and from her nod I was pretty sure she would. I stepped out into the gloomy hall. The level below had fallen silent. "Fishig," I voxed.
"Come down."
His reply crackled back. A spiral stairway led down into a large split-level lounge area. The air was thick with smoke, which coiled out of the terrace window doors we had opened. The hard daylight of the sun dome streamed in, making ladder bars of light in the drifting haze. The opposite wall of the room was a wide, segmented shutter. If opened, it would reveal a view over the freezing wastes beyond the dome. A storm of gunfire had ruined the expensive furniture and decorative fittings. 5 corpses lay twisted at various points on the floor. Fishig, his visor raised, was hauling a 6th man up into a high-backed chair. The man, wounded in the right shoulder, was wailing and crying. Fishig cuffed him into place.
"Upstairs?"
Fishig asked me without looking round. "Clear," I reported. I walked round the room, eyeing the dead and examining items left scattered on tabletops and bureau.
"I know some of these men," the chastener added, unsolicited. "Those 2 by the window. Locals. Low-grade laborers. Long list of petty convictions on both.
Hired muscle.
Seems to be your man's way. The others are off-welders."
"You found papers?"
"No, it's just a hunch. None of them have got any ID or markers, and I haven't found a cache anywhere."
"What about this one?" I walked over to join him by the prisoner he had cuffed to the chair. The man coughed and whined, rolling his eyes. Unless he possessed unnaturally boosted strength, thanks to drugs or hidden augmetics, this man wasn't muscle. He was older, spare of frame, with grizzled salt and pepper growth on his chin. "You didn't kill this one deliberately, did you?" I asked Fishig. He smiled slightly, as if pleased that I had noticed.
I have rights," the man spat suddenly.
"You are in the custody of the Imperial Inquisition," I told him frankly. "You have no rights whatsoever." He fell silent.
"Off-welder,"
Fishig said. I raised an eyebrow. "Accent," Fishig explained. I'd never have detected it myself. This was one of the reasons I used local help whenever I got the chance, even a potential troublemaker like the chastener. My work takes me from world to world, culture to culture. Slight differences in dialect or incongruities of slang regularly pass me by. But Fishig had heard it at once, and it made sense. If this was a leader rather than muscle, one of Iclone's chosen lieutenants, then the odds were he was from off-world. "Your name?"
Wow. Ooh. Ah, tired. How about we take a break? We've been painting for what? 2 hours? Almost 3 hours? 2 hours, 3 hours. Almost 3 hours. Tired. I still have to paint the well, we can do the it's also getting dark, so I can't exactly see. It's getting a little darker because there's no. It's already 5. I guess we can do like we can do the we can sort of paint the get some color on the whatchamacallums. The purity seals. You know, we can try and get some color on that. We can get the right shade. Just get some edge highlighting in there.
Ugh. We didn't get much done in like 3 hours. I don't think we got much done. We did the purity seals. We did some other details on the legs too. We did the clothing. Yeah, there's that. Did the shirt. Shirt took a while. Just fixed up some other colors, other shadings. Still work on that white piece right there. Highlight it, improve the highlighting.
Okay. I am officially tired. I can't keep a steady hand. Alright. I think we're done here. Thanks everyone for being around. Thanks for the new follows. I think we will end the stream here. We will end the stream here. We'll continue this tomorrow. See you guys in the next one. Thanks for being around.